Hello, 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 and welcome to the Atelier Nikuzuki stream. My name is Katie, and we are wrapping up on getting set up for stuff. Give me 2 seconds. That's what I need. Just gotta get the link for the channel so I can share it on Instagram. Where be the Instagram? Where be the Instagram? There it is. Because obviously you totally needed a song about it. So here we go. I was getting distracted because I'm still looking into like different like cameras because I do want a like third camera, basically a second camera I can like carry along with me for stuff. But I'm debating between a couple and I'm like, that is not what I want for the text. Thank you very much. I forgot to put in the custom text. So basically today is go until I can't go no more. Basically. Okay, so there's that. And then I want to snag something in Etsy. A pattern. I think I put it into my cart. I hope I put it into my cart. I did, and I'm going to activate my Aeroplan. Thingamabobber. Etsy. So it's going to be a jerk and not pick it up. All right. In the meantime, I'll get this secondary, because I totally got distracted by another like pattern, but I think it'll be a lot of fun. I'm not necessarily going to get it done now, although obviously that would be preferred, but I will get it done soon. Okay, mute the mic. Sign in, please. Thank you. I probably will have to do that again because, of course, it won't transfer the like verification over, but we'll try. Ding, 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 ding. All right, I'll get you onto my sewing machine here. There we go. Actually, no, that is too tight. I think we were on dual wide the other day because then it was like I could, you could actually see everything. Okay. Live, so we can get the collab cam going here. Collab cam, collab cam, collab cam, collab cam, collab cam, collab cam, collab cam. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna wrap up on what I was gonna get on Etsy. I tried to like buy it on my phone, but it wouldn't let me buy it on the phone because it was like, well, you have to purchase through the Etsy app, and it's like that won't let me collect Aeroplan points. Thank you very much. And if I can't collect points, I'm not going to do it. Since the whole point right now is to collect points. Okay, did I activate my offer? Let's see. I think I did. Yeah, we're good. Alrighty. Thinking. Sweet, there it is, right there. And actually, one thing I do want to check out is this right here. I want to see that. I'm not going to buy it, but I want it there. Okay, add to cart. That's something that has to be done. Okay, so we did, yesterday went completely sideways. That's why I wasn't on at all, unlike me like planning to be on. check out with Apple Pay? Apparently not. Okay, can I check out with this? I should have one on file. Perfect. Because of course this is absolutely riveting and totally one you want to be watching. But at least purchasing it on the computer also means I can download and print it instantly. Anyway, it's a super cute little pouch. Blah, de blah, de blah, de blah, de blah. Anyway, yesterday went kind of sideways because what ended up happening is my eldest ended up having a fever. The fever came down once we got them home, which is really good. I'm very glad it did. But that did throw a complete wrench in everything. And granted, we originally were planning to actually go into the city. Yesterday anyway, but that like sealed it. So basically we drove in, they napped, which was the best thing for them, like a 2-hour nap. And then we did a bunch of the errands we were planning to do anyway. Of course that didn't let me actually download it. I also really like this pattern too. Totally getting distracted by a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I think that'll be something I tackle later. Okay, purchases. Let me download my pattern, please, because I purchased the pattern. Now I want to download the pattern. So this is a new pattern by Can-Do Crafts, who is the same person who did the Kato crossbody bag as well, or not crossbody, but the Kato drawstring pouch. So we know she does amazing patterns. And basically, it's a little passport sling, and it'll hold a few things. It's got a zipper. It's got a really interesting construction. I am excited. Looking at the instructions, we won't tackle this before the weekend, but I think we will tackle it in time for something. Who knows? Who knows what I'm going to do? And why I'm actually very intrigued by it is it looks like a really good pattern to use up waxed canvas scraps once I start actually using waxed canvas. And it'll also be good, I think, for doing stuff like things and other things. It's always exciting to do things. Okay, just want to make sure some of these should have been tagged into the account so far. Some of them haven't been, so you know. Okay, good. Alright. Ding. Ding. You're for later, so you stay over here. And then I'm going to stay on this one. Alrighty. And I'm just going to make sure that this did actually upload to my Instagram. On Instagram. Trusty old Instagram. Me. Show me, please. Ding. Ding. Good. Good. Okay. Katie is tired. No, get out of here. Okay. Scoot, scoot. Can't scoot it too far, else it doesn't show the chat. There we go. Alrighty. So, we are working currently on getting the Heidi's done. I've got the mermaid Heidi's done with up to a certain point. I just installed the snaps last night before I left. Why did I leave? I think I had class or something like that, but my body needs a break. I'm very tired. Granted, part of that is because I ate a really big lunch, so my sugars are like, whee! So we'll be drinking a lot of water today. Okay, Right, so I paused here because I needed to do the wristlet strap and the wristlet strap determination. So why I paused is because I actually need to grab some D-rings, I guess. So this one will be that nice iridescent D-ring. And we are going to lean into it. This is supposed to be a wristlet. It is going to be fairly small, so I think it is still good as a wristlet size. Yeah, so we're only going to put one in, which is fine. But I do need to go grab the actual D-rings for it. So just as usual, I will be right back once I grab some more stuff again. Okay, and as I was mentioning, I went and I got the webbing yesterday, and we're going to use the black canvas, so this is cotton webbing versus the polypropylene webbing. We're going to use this webbing instead of the polypropylene webbing in these. I don't know, just a little bit nicer feel. We're going to finish the ends with fray check so that they don't fray into the bag. I have a pin in my fray check so that it doesn't clog, hopefully. And we're just gonna run some fray check over this here. I'm gonna do a nice generous line of it. I haven't had any issues with fray check fraying because it's doing its job. But, you know, that looks like it actually ate away at the pink paint on there. Okay. So let's go with something that's not going to like bleed into the fray check. And then we will cut what I think should be the amount that we need for an actual loop. No, it needs to be less than that. Let's actually, they have a listing for what's supposed to be in the pattern here. By the way, tonight we are just going to be going until I can't go anymore. Now, I do think that the wristlet strap will be something else. I just haven't decided what yet. It might just be cotton webbing. But, you know, we'll figure that out together, I guess. Stark color to do with a fairly light set of bags. So it's like, Also, but I didn't want to get the white cotton webbing because I was like, well, it's really expensive actually. And then on top of it, it's like that can get dingy really fast. So I don't know what to do exactly for these lighter colored bags. And if you're like, Katie, why are you doing two when you said you aren't doing a D-ring strap? Actually, should I make these? I just said that I wasn't going to make these crossbody, but maybe I should make them crossbody. Crossbody does seem to have more uses, and it's not that much extra material to do a crossbody bag. What I was prepping these for was actually to go onto the other one, but realistically I should just make these crossbody bags. Okay, well, let's set those aside for a second. Let's take another look at this to see kind of where everything's going to fall, and then we can decide. So this is where this is going to go like this, and then it's going to fold down right here. So yeah, that's a fairly significant size for a wristlet and a decent size for like a nice little crossbody bag. So let's make it a crossbody bag. What is it going to hurt? It's going to make it more usable for more people probably. Maybe. I don't know. I'm making this up. Just making things up like I tend to do, because what else am I supposed to do? I'm sitting in my basement sewing by myself. Sounds really depressing. I'm not depressed about that. It's just like, that's literally what I'm doing. Sitting here, making things up as I make things. In this case, what I will do is I will make... Ooh, sorry, that was very like staticky-ish, wasn't it? Anyway, what I'll do is I think I will... For the smaller one, I think I'll make a wristlet and a crossbody strap, because I'm nice like that. And then, I don't know, maybe I'm making things up. But for the crossbody strap, I will make it out of this black webbing with nice metal fittings, hardware. There we go. It's not fittings, it's hardware. Okay, so I will fray check all of these, and then we're going to let them dry. I think the next step for this bag was actually to get the wristlet D-ring in, so we're gonna have to wait for it to dry anyway. So we'll go in and work on the rainbow Heidi here. Sorry, I'll work over the desk so you can actually see me doing this. This stuff stinks. Pop it on the paper because it's like the paper will move away here. But yeah, then I'll install the zipper on the other small Heidi, and we can do the what else am I doing? Install the zipper on the other small Heidi. Oh, and the magnetic snaps, because that is a horrendous experience, to be honest. If you're like, Katie, that looks like it's going really deep. Yep, it is, but that's okay. The more I fray check, the less likely this is to fray at all. There we go. Yeah, and it's soaking in. It's quite thick webbing, so it's like, I think getting a really good coat on this is going to be key in making sure that it stays the way it's supposed to stay. So the next event that I have, if you're watching this later, not on May whatever it is, I don't even know what date it is right now, May 14th. And my next event is May 19th at the NJCA Center in Calgary. It's a kimono market. They did still have a few places remaining for kimono dressing, and that's why we're focusing in on the obi and kimono right now, is to get just to fit the market better. I think if I have enough time, I'm going to focus in on some kato as well, because they've been really popular across all markets. So go. Oops. Got some on the obi. Let's try to avoid doing that, because I don't think it's gonna damage it, but I don't think it's gonna be very friendly with it either. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Get this dollop on here. And yes, this is the same stuff that I use for the ribbons on like the drawstring and stuff like that too. It's really good. It dries clear. It's not very stiff, which is another key compared to like using like nail polish or something like that. This will dry clear and not as stiff. It stinks just as bad though. Holy. Okay, and those ones that we started with are still drying, so we'll pop them over here and we'll move on to the next step with the other bag that we have here. Where was the pin that I was going to use? It disappeared off on its own adventure now. Okay. But at least that one, so that one is together. I've got the pocket already sewn into it, blah, 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 blah. All right, well, I'll just have to poke a pin into there afterwards. It's not going to be very long though, because I'm going to have to use it again for the larger Heidis here in a moment. So what we're doing is we're going to press this open, clip it down, and then a zipper needs to go in here. And then the pocket goes in here as well. So zipper, press. I'm supposed to actually use an iron. Am I going to? No. We are going to use an off-white zipper. That's a really long off-white zipper. I don't need quite that large. I thought that I was going to be able to get away with the like shorter zippers that I have, but no. Needs like, it says an 11-inch zipper, but I'm like the zipper teeth or the like metal stops don't even go past the thing. So I'm like, I don't think that's going to work. I could use something like double-sided tape or something here. Again, this is a situation of do as the pattern says, not as Katie does, because Katie doesn't necessarily always get it right, especially on these. By the way, the zipper does look like it went into the Sheena very well. It is going to need a press just to make sure that it behaves itself, basically. Okay, I'm just going to zip that up most of the way, make sure that it's good, and then we do the top portion of the pocket here. And I'm going to just clip it right at the edge here. There we go. I think that worked. Nope, not quite. Now it did. Shimmy it up here. Like that. We're going to match all. Actually, no, we're not. If it's a little bit larger, it doesn't matter if it matches the edges or not. It just needs to be in there. Okay, good. Right? And then shimmy it a bit more. There we go. Okay. Then we come in here. And we throw it under the machine, and we hope for the best. Ha ha ha. Mostly, we have done an educated guess about where all of this is underneath. Could I sew it from this side? 100%. Is that what the pattern calls for? No. Do I always follow the pattern? No. Why am I following it here? I don't know. I don't know why I couldn't do it from the other side. Should I do it from the other side? Probably. But here we are. We're almost done anyway. We are going to open up that zipper on this side because we can. And get that zipper head out of the way of the needle. Like that. And then we're going to finish off in our nice straight line. Trim it down here. Trim it down. I think we're good. Yeah, it's all in. And then we're going to zip this. Actually, no, it can just stay like that. That's fine. We just want it centered in there. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to clip it here. And then we're going to move this out of the way because we need to put the other pocket on as well. And basically what I do is I mostly line it up to the top edge of the seam that we use to install the zipper. Because in my brain, that is the better place. I don't know, but in my brain that's how it works. All right, now we're gonna go over. Oh, where you have way too long of a stitch line. Damn it. Okay, well that first one then was a basting stitch. We'll go back in and actually take it out and redo the stitch line for the zipper because yeah, that just looks dumb. Yay. Okay. Now, I think I can still move the zipper out of the way on this side if I'm kind of. If I'm lucky, I can do it. At minimum, I can at least hand crank past it so that it doesn't warble too much. There we go. Okay, I moved it just enough that I don't need to worry about it. Sweet. All right, there we go. And then we're going to clip it all down here. Clip. And then we'll clip here, and then we'll move it out of the way here. There we go. Yeah, actually it mostly looks like it's sewed at a 2.5 here anyway, so we'll flip it and stitch on top of that just to even it out again. No, I can't do that because now it's going to sew through all the layers. Okay. So we are where we are because that's where we are. Pull that out. Seam rippers are your best friend some days. And they're frenemies. They're definitely your best frenemies. Because if you're seam ripping, it means that you mess something up. I think that's probably the best description of what a flippin' seam ripper is to a sewist. Alright, so we're cranking along actually on the Heidi's pretty good. Right now we're waiting on the fray check to dry on the webbing we're going to use for the D-rings. I probably should, having now done it for these small ones, do it also for the large Heidi's, because they're going to need a crossbody as well, even more so than the wristlet size. Okay, I think that is unpicked. Nope, not quite. Almost. We'll get it here. So yesterday went completely sideways. I thought I was going to be online to actually stream, but our eldest ended up with a fever. Yay. And had to come home. And so it was like everything that we had paused that we were not going to do yesterday but do tomorrow ended up happening yesterday, which worked out fine. But it was a little bit like, that changes all the plans, of course. Poor little one, though, because it was just like they were not feeling well at all. So they basically had a massive nap while we were going into the city to do the errands and stuff like that. It was good. Alright, so we trim the pocket edges up to match the bottom of the Heidi itself, and then we baste this down now. And then I trim the zipper down myself. Alright, where do I need to baste this at? I'm going to make sure that the chat is working today. It looks like it. It doesn't look like it's like randomly like, this is disabled. I think we're good. We've almost got another full bobbin here. Totally got distracted by the fact that there was a new pattern out. Well, it's been out for a little bit, but I keep forgetting about it, and then I keep getting reminded about it on Instagram. And so I was just like, I went to buy it on my phone, but you can, it's an Etsy pattern. And through Etsy, you can collect Aeroplan points. And if anyone's been following along for a little bit, you know that I am now rapidly collecting Aeroplan points, because Air Miles has always been my point of choice. But recently, the program's just kind of gone to heck. So I'm like, okay, Aeroplan. The big thing with Aeroplan is that I can pay for all of the whole flight with Aeroplan points if I collect enough, and it seems like it's fairly easy to collect even compared to Air Miles. So we're changing our point structure here. Anyway, I was like, okay, I'll buy this pattern, but I want to make sure I get my Aeroplan points for it. But the Aeroplan site sends you directly to Etsy on the mobile version. It's just like, well, that doesn't count, because at least I've never had a points plan be like, yeah, you can totally buy on the app and that will like credit your points. It's weird. I don't know why, if they're like an e-store shopping thing, why they can't like take your loyalty member numbers and just give you points instead of always having to go through like the website to get your points to count. But anyway, I guess that's the way that works for them. It definitely doesn't work as well for us, or it isn't as convenient for us anyway. I went in and purchased that pattern, so I was like, okay, we probably won't get that done for like this round, but we'll definitely get that done for the summer. So it's a little kind of like, it's a mini sling, it's called. It's by Can Do Crafts. It's the same designer that did the Kato bag, so that's always nice. So you know that she writes really good patterns. And it's basically like a little passport sling, which is awesome. It's going to be really good for like traveling and things. To the point where I'm going to go into the fabric stash, and probably the first one I cut will be for me, mostly for the prototyping, to make sure that it's like good to go for like, yeah, I work out all those kinks, right? Same as what I did with the Gabrielle. And then, 1, 2, 3, 4. How many Kato, or how many Heidi do I actually have? Because there's 2 small. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only have 5. Sweet. Okay, actually, then we're gonna cut down the last set of webbing while I'm thinking about it then, and then we can we'll move on to the assembly that we can do on the other Heidis while these are still drying. Anyway, the other part of this is like, it looks like a fairly good scrappy project. I have some denim from another vendor. She makes like jorts, so she does the offcuts of the jeans, vintage jeans and stuff like that. And so she's gifted me a lot of denim, and I'm thinking that it would be a really good use for that, because the original use I thought of just, I still like it, but I'm not going to pursue it probably, at least not in production. So I'm like, well, a mini sling made from denim with a highlight of a like Japanese fabric is going to look really good. And it looks like it would be good for like offcuts of waxed canvas once I actually start making the waxed canvas bags as well. So I think those will all work. What I'm doing right now is we've got cotton webbing now, and I'm just going in and I am fray checking it because I don't want polypropylene with the webbing that I normally work with the Obi. Don't ask me why. Cotton webbing does, it's like that elevated step between polypropylene or like seatbelt webbing and leather. So it's less expensive than leather, but not as cheap looking as polypropylene. I still love my polypropylene. It has its uses, but I do think it's definitely not as elevated of a look as cotton webbing even. There we go. Not that it looks cheap, it just, yeah. It's a slight backtrack, but not a full backtrack. It's fine for what I use it for, but I don't want to use it in these. There we go. Okay, so those all need to dry. It's a fairly thick webbing. The roll of it is huge compared to like my polypropylene webbing, so I'm like, where am I supposed to store this? Katie is in trouble. Excuse me. Alright, so we need male, 2 washers and a female. The challenge is going very well at the study for May challenge, but I am very tired. So I was supposed to have a class tonight, but I'm like, you know what? I am going to sleep in tomorrow as well. So we're just going to, I'm going to cancel. I'm going to come on, I'm going to stream, and then I'm going to just go as long as I can, because I missed a lot of work yesterday as part of it. And because I need a physical break. We went and did that race on Sunday, and so my body is still feeling it because that was a push. So I'm just like, oh, okay. Take a break before you make yourself sick, basically. Especially given that if the eldest had a fever, it's very likely that whatever they had, they are generously passing on. Even if that did not come across as sarcastic, just know that was sarcastic. There's nothing generously passing on about any of this. I do not want it. One of my friends, they're supposed to come out for the youngest's birthday this weekend, and they're like, I have a stomach bug. And I'm like, she's like, I don't think you want me to bring it out. I'm like, I would love to see you, and that sucks, but please, please do not bring a stomach bug out to us. We have already had enough stomach bugs this year. Thank you. Okay, that was not a very good centering of the snaps, apparently. Maybe it was? I don't know. Okay, no, that was not a very good centering of the snap, apparently. Okay, let's redo this. And then, actually what I can do is then I can just line up. Okay, it was okay up here, but it was the bottom snap that was definitely off. Okay. There we go. And then I'll come in and just do... Yeah, okay, weird. There, that's better. Yep. Shuffled everything down quite a bit, actually. Okay. Trim these up, and then I've got some stabilizer to throw behind them so that they get stabilized correctly. Yeah, and then tomorrow will be a full work day as well, but I do have spin and yoga tomorrow night, so I'm just going to work while the kiddos are at preschool. We did get flowers and mostly plant them today, at least our duck container flowers. Soaked my sweet peas yesterday, so they're fast germinating. I didn't realize that sweet peas, they recommend that you like put them into the ground as soon as the ground can be worked, basically. I'm like, what? That goes against everything I think about with sweet peas. So I'm like, okay, well, they're going to be okay now. I don't think we really have any. I think we've got 1 day of potential frost this week, so we'll bring them in that night, and that's it. I hope. We'll see, I guess. That is the hope, though. Okay. So there's those. We're going to throw this down. Get this prepped. Like that. Yeah, I'll definitely have those mini traveler's things for Knit City. If not, maybe the Stampede breakfast with Ancient Arts. One of the two. We'll figure it out. We'll see how everything kind of comes together after this. June's going to be a hard month for me to do any push-in because, like, well, I've got one show, and then it's like, but Knit City is looming, but it's not looming enough. Even at this point, I should be really prepping for Knit City. I'm just like, la 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 la. Obi bags. Not that these shouldn't get done for Knit City too. People at Knit City deserve to buy Obi bags. But it's just one of those situations of like, it is too far away to be terrifying enough to be like prepping for yet. Not terrible. It's like, it is kind of like marathon training because it's like, well, it's still 4 months away. I can kind of fuck around and still be fine. No. Totally. I had to open up a snap the other day, and I messed up my thumbnail so bad, and it needs to be trimmed. I do have nail clippers up there. Good. Because it's like snagging now that I'm working again. Okay. Haha, there we go. I'm gonna trim it right back just so it's like more even. Okay, now I need another washer so that we can air marker this, and then I can hopefully not trim through it. It's gonna be hard not to trim through it, but you know, we can do it, I think. Go. I did it there. Let's not trim through here. Okay, there. Now they're both in there. I'll just come over here and make sure we don't have any chat. We're good. We're going to open this up like that, and then we're going to open it up here. There we go. Squished and squashed. Squashed. Okay, there we go. Now, how are the webbings doing? They're still a little bit kind of, they're not tacky anymore at least, but they're still kind of right on that edge. So let's go in and actually do the sewing and the snap placement on the larger Heidi's. And then we'll go in and we'll do all of the webbing at the same time, because whatever. Okay. That is an exterior right there. Actually, so we could do all the snaps right now, and it could be done. I hate doing snaps this way. It's fine, but it's very wearing on the fingers, so it's like, ugh. So, all right, so one. Oh no, so there is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I do actually need to cut one more set of I need to cut one more set of the things. Webbing. That's what I'm looking for. That's the word. I need one more set of webbing. Okay. Okay, and then you're the lining. All right. Okay, so one more set of webbing because I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but I've got 6 Heidi total. So we'll do that now. So it's done. Okay. 1 and 2. I am going to work through what would traditionally be our dinner time because honestly, my sugars did jump so much from, we had Vietnamese today. It was really tasty, but because it's rice noodles and it's very easy to digest, it like hits my system very quickly. So I haven't eaten much for carbs yet, but that's okay. It's just gonna be like a snacky dinner, and I'll go up and get like a snack of like garlic sausage or something at some point probably. I was grabbing a granola bar and Dallas was like, "What are you doing? I thought your sugars were high." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm going to need to still eat some carbs soon, and I just kind of want to eat that on the go, basically." At least I don't have to go up instantly for food because I'm not hungry right now either, because it was a very large lunch. Anyway, so I'm looking into this new action camera because, like I said, I want to be able to like, I've been wanting to be able to do vertical and horizontal video, especially now that I've got dual stream capabilities. Sorry, I just realized this is all happening off screen, but realistically, I'm just dragging a bottle of Fray Check back and forth across some cotton webbing. That is the most exciting thing that's happening right now. Which is to say, it's not very exciting. But I was looking at the DJI Pocket 3, but I kind of had some hesitations about it because it's like, it is a gimbal. It's got really good stabilization, but it's a built-in gimbal. So I'm like, if you break the gimbal, you like kind of almost completely screw yourself. Well, you do completely screw yourself because it's like you can't, your camera's just done. There's no way to like recover from that. If the lens gets scratched or anything like that, like it's just, it has a bunch of points. It's also not waterproof. If you got sand in the gimbal, you kind of hooped. Like, not kind of, you are again. Because you're just going to damage everything. And I'm like, ugh. So, and it's also extremely expensive. Especially in a bundle that would be useful as a vlogging kind of tool, which would be like with a mic and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay. It'll be something that I purchase over the summer anyway, but like I didn't jump on it quickly. And then I saw another vlogger actually talking about the Action 4, and the reviews on that one are actually quite a bit better. Now there's a few things that pull me towards that one. The cost is significantly cheaper, even to set everything up, which is awesome. So like 2 mics, extra batteries, and a backpack holder. So it goes on the strap of the backpack, which would be perfect for like hands-free toji and everything like that. Because I think the little Pocket 3 has something like that, but like otherwise you're holding it in your hand still, and like, yeah. The Pocket 3 does have some benefits like the target tracking and stuff like that, but I'm like, realistically, I'll be able to move it around to actually see what I want it to see, I guess. So, I am now leaning towards, mostly because of cost, this new little Action 4. And, like, you can change the lens if you scratch the lens. It's an action camera instead of, like, a built-in gimbal camera, which is what you would be paying for with the Pocket, is the built-in gimbal, basically. They both have about the same capabilities in low light, which would be the other consideration. And who knows, if this like explodes later on, it's not like I can't invest in more tech. But I think that will be a good place to start at least. So we'll see where this summer goes. It'll be definitely something that I will want to figure out before I go to Japan, because like I said, it would be a good hands-free thing rather than having to do like the porn harness all the time. If you're like, Katie, what the hell are you talking about? I have like a neck harness that I use right now for point of view stuff, which is awesome, except with the phone, it doesn't have any stabilization. So it's always like bouncing up and down, which is okay if you're like recording the video, but it's not so good if you're live streaming. And with some of the stuff that I want to live stream in Japan, it's like, okay, I need to figure out a different system. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then, but there's only 3 full sets of washers down here for some reason. There we go. So if you just stumbled into the stream and you're like, what the hell are you talking about, Katie? I am still debating the whole next camera thing. Obviously the phone works really well and I do enjoy using it, but I want to still be able to shoot vertical and horizontal video. The debate's kind of been about a DJI Pocket 3, because I guess originally I was looking at a Sony vlogging camera, but the stabilization on the Pocket 3 just like absolutely blew Sony out of the water, and the low light condition was amazing. So on the Pocket 3 versus the Sony, so that was one of the things, because here's the thing, Japan gets dark very early. So if I can have some better low light shots, that would be amazing. And then yeah, then looking at like the stabilization between the I just found out about the Action 4, because I wasn't really looking at like an action camera, because I liked some of the features of the Pocket 3, but the features that I like about the Pocket 3 are also some of its downfalls, like the auto gimbal, which basically if you break it, you're done, right? Whereas with the Action 4 is very durable, and considering the stage I am at with my toddlers, even though they're not allowed into my tech, that doesn't mean that they don't self-invite themselves into my tech and my tech areas. And so having a very durable little action camera would probably be better. Let alone the fact that Japan rains a lot, especially in November or June and February, and like all these other things, and the Pocket 3 would not be waterproof. So I think, and the cost. So like setting up the Action 4, even with 2 mics versus 1 mic, and a backpack thing and extra, that was the other thing, is that it's got external batteries. Well, it's not, I guess it's like internal but swappable batteries, whereas the Pocket 3 does not. So that's another big thing, is that then I can just keep going with the filming, and setting it up is something insane, like $400 to $500 cheaper. It's like, that's a big difference, and more accessible too. Because here's the thing, I could just buy the camera and the very necessary accessories and then slowly add in everything. Although buying the camera and the mics at the same time saves like $250 right there. So that would be the package to buy. And I don't know if I need 2 mics or not, but I'm like, well, if Dallas is coming and we're doing like food reviews and stuff like that, that would be way easier than going back and forth. Or if I travel with Caroline again or something like that, then we both have a mic for doing stuff. So I think in this case it's better to be a little bit less frugal and put it into that instead, which I guess is the one place where the Pocket 3 would be nice, is like doing reviews. It would be, you'd be able to track stuff, but I think the other one's would be more useful. Whatever, I keep changing my mind anyway, so it's like, who knows what I will actually end up purchasing. But I do think the durability factor is huge, especially the waterproofing. And like kind of like extreme condition weathering, basically. The guy that I saw the review of that was like, okay, actually I would get the Pocket 3 if you're doing this, and I get the Pocket or the Action 4 if I was doing this specifically. But he like stuck it out in the snow for 24 hours at like -20. And he picked it up out of the snow, turned it on, and it was fine. Now, would you want to do that regularly? Probably not, but I doubt that the Pocket 3 would be able to do that. Okay, did that mark? kind of. I think we should actually mark this on the back because we'll be able to see it on the interfacing a lot easier than on that dark navy. Excuse me. Apparently I'm already getting croaky. So yeah, just the things. And it's gotten to the point where apparently I don't actually need or I can't even use the strap cutter that I was intending on buying because the leathers that I'm working with are not the correct temper for it. Even hell, the wooden handle one that I was using apparently isn't really supposed to be used for it either. And I'm like, what? Well, that just saved me quite a bit. So we'll see what I spend what I'd kind of imaginarily budgeted in for that on instead. Because like this year I was going to do a couple bigger equipment purchases because I was like, well, I'm not traveling. Now I might be traveling to Japan, so that is most of the budget right there. But, you know. No, that doesn't look right. I'm like, that does not look centered. Ugh. So let's see if we can center it a bit, or if it is centered and I'm just seeing things. Okay, so that is the height it's supposed to be at. So let's just go in here. That one's good. And that one is better there than it is where it was. Okay. So we're going to go like this, and we're going to go outside edge of these is what's going to happen. Now we're going to do this. Still doesn't look right. It's because it's not. Okay, there we go. So what I'm going to do had this problem with the last one I cut too, is I'm going to fold it in half, and then we're going to mark the center dot from the pattern, and there we go. That looks better. So all right. The goal is to run the Kyoto Marathon in 2026. And I keep saying that I'm going to debate between it and Nagoya because I could run Nagoya at this point. But I'm just going to apply for Kyoto and we're going to run Kyoto. Especially because it actually falls in a better time period for travel for us, that trip. Dallas should be able to have no problem in getting into Osaka. So he'll go run Osaka and I'll go run Kyoto. Blah, blah, blah. If you are tired of hearing this, I'm sorry. But I do want to go run Nagoya eventually because it's a women's marathon only. And they give out a Tiffany necklace at the end of the race. And so that's really cool because, like, you get all these medals and it's super awesome to get the medals, but you just kind of hang them on the wall and admire them from afar. I'm looking up at my medals right now. Whereas a Tiffany necklace, I can put on like the chain with my other necklace that Dallas gave me years ago and wear them together. But Dallas was like, okay, when we go do Nagoya, we should go explore Nagoya because it's a new city. And I was like, okay, I know that there's a castle there that's really cool. I looked at a couple other things. Well, I mostly looked at the castle. The castle looks really cool. That's it. And then he was listening to a podcast of guys who like live in Japan, and they're like, they just got back from spending time in Nagoya, and they're like, don't go to Nagoya. It's so boring. It's ugly. There are no views. And then, so I looked at, because they're like, it's just tall buildings everywhere. Fair enough. I went and I looked at the photos of the city. I'm like, yeah, it is just tall buildings everywhere. And like the first thing that comes up as like a tourist attraction, and this is fine if this is something that attracts you, but it is kind of funny to me. It's like the second thing in. So basically the first thing was a shrine. Is a really cool looking shrine. We would go do the shrine. And then the second thing in was a Toyota commemorative museum. And I'm like, all right. We will go and we will do, I think we'll end up going and doing like the race package pickup. We'll go and then go see the castle, stay the night, run the marathon, get out. The nice thing about Nagoya is it's like halfway between Tokyo and Osaka, basically. So we basically be in or out of our way for wherever we're going. in this case, we'd be coming from Tokyo, because if Dallas is running Tokyo, then it's that marathon is first. So told him then next time what we'll do is we'll go down. I've got a friend in Wakayama. She's had a little one as well, about like right in between my two, just by timing's sake. And so I said that we'll go down and we'll go to Wakayama. It's also where the cat train is, so we can go do the cat train and everything like that, which will be a lot of fun, and the kids will really enjoy that. I'll really enjoy it because we haven't done that for a few years. Be good to see her, and that could be a day trip out of Osaka, or we could go down and actually stay there or something like that too. So Dallas is just like, let's go to some of the less populated areas. I'm like, yeah, we'll still go to like Kyoto and Tokyo because it's kids' first trip, and Osaka. But apparently we don't need to do Nagoya. I've heard good things, I think, about Kanazawa, maybe? One of my customer friends is going to Japan in November, and she was saying that there's a location that like is really well known for a lot of the handicrafts and stuff like that, that's like not Kyoto, and I think it was Kanazawa. I need to wrap up on I'm still trying to figure out the embroidery bag, and I need to wrap up on that so that I can get it to her, because she ordered it. It's been kind of like on order and since Knit City, so I think that will be the next thing we tackle. It has to be the next thing I tackle. Got a couple of custom orders to wrap up, and then I also need to do I will be bringing a DPN rolls back. So I used to do long straight needles cases, and I called them sushi rolls. So I think I've had a request for a DPN case, and so I think we're gonna lean into that, and we're gonna bring back sushi rolls for DPNs. There we go. Like that. And then maybe we'll do one that's like circular needles and cables. I think I know how to do that now. I think I'm at like that enough skill level to be able to do that now too. So satisfactorily. I just always find those kinds of cases kind of hard to do because everyone is looking for something different. So I think what I need to do is just stick to my guns and decide what I'm going to do. I am going to bring an accordion case in for circular needles for sure. So yeah, that's what we'll do. Circular needle accordion case. And then a roll for DPNs and interchangeable needles. That'll be the difference. Text messages. Okay. There's wildfires up towards Fort McMurray, and it is in evacuation order for my sister-in-law's tenants, which is never fun. So, okay, there we go. 2 more sets of, I don't know why I keep recapping the freaking air erasing marker, because I still need the air erasing marker. Go here and here. Apparently there's a random washer there, so we're going to move that up. Oh, I don't know why I threw it in the D-ring bin. There. And it's gone forever now. It fell down behind the sewing machine. Basically, it's gone until I tidy up the pile again. Although the pile's not too bad because I kept most of it over by the, here, I'll actually do this on the desk so you can see what I'm doing. I have little garbage bins from the dollar store now that I'm hoping will change my life. No, basically, it's going to be the separation of the pile. So scraps for me and scraps for a friend. Revolutionary. I saw someone say that they did this the other day, and I'm like, that is exactly what I should do. So But they're currently over by the other desk because that's where I was cutting, and they haven't made the migration over to this desk, the sewing table, yet. So there's like a mini pile right now, which isn't bad. Okay, snaps, washers. That sounded like an extremely world-weary sigh. I am sorry for that. One bendy bend. That didn't, okay, it didn't open up yet. There has to be a better way to do these, I swear. I probably should look on YouTube if there's a better way to do these, but I don't know. Yeah, that's better. It's like, it is just that opening up. And my God, is it hard on your thumbs and fingers? Ooh, we did get some good rain down here last night, which is awesome. Poured rain. Just like, yeah, big thunderstorm though too, actually, now that I remember. So I opened up our blinds upstairs because we got the two-way blinds right now. And, or at least we do in our bedroom. And so it's really cool to be able to watch the storms just like kind of roll off the mountains towards us, because what else are you going to do, sort of thing. Go. Just make sure I'm not missing any chat. Sorry. It's like one of those things because now I'm going to be paranoid because the other day I had like a full chat going on and I didn't even realize it was happening. It was super annoying because I got all the messages afterwards because I was like, oh, I'm going to look. I don't know why I randomly looked at the chat on YouTube, but it was just like something pinged me to do it, I guess. I don't know. Pinged the brain cells. There we go. Okay, last set of snaps. Now, I have mostly migrated over to the rivet snaps, but they are extremely useful for the eyeglass cases, and I am running low on stock. Surprise, surprise, I'm running low on all my stock. Supply stocks. Have I made my lining order yet? No. Mostly because I'm still not done the Kato. So I'm like, well, realistically, I'll get through my next couple of events. My next event, this kimono market, and like if I can skate it out a couple more weeks after that, it'll be fine. We have so many kato to sew, and then I've found a whole stash of small box bags that also haven't been sewn yet, and so they like a stash of box bags that just need interfacing. So I'm like, if I don't even like, I can sew most of those. And then I also found a stash of lining fabric that wasn't like attributed to anything for small box bags. So I'm like, okay, we're just rolling in it right now. So we'll work on all those first. And then I will order my my supplies. The big one we're going to need is D-rings. And I'm hemming and hawing right now about that because it's like the black matte is really nice. And so I think I'm going to drop the gunmetal shade. And then I'll end up doing gold and this like bronze. Because I like the bronze because it's not as shiny as the gold. And so it goes with a lot more of those like the dusty colorways and stuff like that. Whereas the gold is a lot better with some of the shiny ones. I've got a whole stash of iridescent here, so I don't need to order them. But then I also have the matte black. And so I think that will sub in for the gunmetal right now, instead of having to order 3 and hold stock on 3 colorways. Or 4 colorways. 5 colorways. Because that gold, bronze, black, iridescent, and gunmetal. Yeah, so if I drop one, we still have the black, we still have the iridescent, we still have the bronze, and we still have the gold. So I'm leaning towards that, but I haven't made the decision yet, and that's part of what's like the hang up on not having placed that order yet either. Also need to order more of the cat paw scissors, so because we're not desperately low, but definitely time. Like I've run out of, I think I ran out of pink. I ran out of one of the colors, so I guess we are desperately low in some ways. We're also like critically low on the Day Day house, DD house, cat charms, and that's like, it's so ridiculous that I'm like, I want to go to Japan so I can get these charms. I need to put that order in so she has time to make them. But it's like, it is such a hassle to get them here through my friend with all the like international wire transfers and all of that, that I'm just like, it just makes more sense for me to go and get them myself. Absolutely insane. I totally, like, I get it. It sounds nuts. But it's just like, is it more cost effective? Hell no. Is it more fun? Yes. And so that is a bit of a factor in this as well. Oh, it's ridiculous. It's mostly just ridiculous. We're gonna just, I think we'll just end up leaning into it and say it's ridiculous because it is. All right. You are very frayy. That's because you're adhered, but only in the spots that don't have embroidery. Okay, so there's you and your pocket. So those are the pieces that I need next. Lining pieces can GTFO for now. That and their pocket. You and your pocket. And where's your pocket? You. Oh yeah, your pocket's down here because I left it out. And yes, you should feel lonely that way. Okay. Colors on these. God, this is gorgeous. Like, just absolutely spectacular. Okay. I'm getting distracted by that so often. It's not even funny. Okay, so I need to get back into the instructions here because there's fairly specific instructions for the zipper panel or zippers, because this is actually an extremely clever way to put an inset zipper. But it does mean that I need to pay very close attention to what I'm actually doing. Okay. And it would help if I just flipped this over so that I had right sides together, but you know, life. I don't know why I'm blaming life, but apparently that is, she's taking it. Okay, we've done all the snaps. So we've done one of the hard parts at least. At least one of the parts that I'm like, ugh, I hate doing snaps. I really do hate doing snaps. Especially that many snaps in a row. Sounds ridiculous because it's not actually that many snaps in a row, but it is. There has to be a better way. Well, there definitely is. There's the rivet snaps, but like I said, those are better for the eyeglass cases. So that's what we're going to save them for now. I think another storm might be blowing in right now. It's like really dark and gloomy. So, okay, that feels like this. Oh, this is a little bit too large. Alrighty, so what are we going to do about that? I think we got to center this. Okay, there we go. Just wasn't very centered, I guess. Okay, so let's sew this down just so it's done. And then, so basically what I do is I do a normal seam allowance for a 1/2 inch and then a machine basting the rest of the way across. I don't know if that's giving away the secret. Oh, except I've got it on a machine basting length right now. Okay. Okay. And I am going slow because it is a very different seam allowance than I'm used to. So we're just chilling while we stitch across, trying to make sure everything lines up because I do not want to have to seam rip anything today. Although I already had to seam rip a pocket out that I had accidentally top stitched over. We're not going to discuss that. It's like not talking about Bruno, right? So, all right, back to the here. And we're going to pop these together. So this is the rainbow one, and just so this is where that very slight curve at the bottom comes into play, and we want to make sure that it is at the bottom because otherwise it messes everything up, and we don't want that. Okay, that's how long we want this stitch, or this start and end, which actually is a good indication because that is the amount of fabric. If for that seam on this side. For its seam allowance. Okay, yeah, that's right. Go. And yes, we're chain piecing these because they all go right to the edge. Okay. I am going to multi-stitch this, which means I'm going to go over it a few times. Turn it back up. Across we go. Where do we stop? The other stitch line. Alright. Then you get to come over here, and then you get the flippy flip over here. Oh, now I'm getting hungry. Okay. So I'm going to finish this part up, and then I'm going to go grab the protein and fat section of my dinner. Yes, which means garlic sausage. Because, you know, I'm being super healthy tonight. Doesn't mean that I won't have a piece of cake as much as I want it. The youngest's cake turned out really tasty. So, I told Dallas what I had for lunch yesterday because basically I did a bunch of leftovers. Like, yeah, I had like leftover, because my eldest didn't want to eat their lunch, so I had their leftover egg roll that we had had from the party, and then I had the leftover steak that we had had from a few days ago, and then I also had a piece of cake and a cucumber, because obviously veggies. It's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, it was delicious. One of the best lunches I've had for a while, for like a throw together lunch. That feels okay. Where's the curve? That is the curve, because I would have wanted the floral swirl down there. And if you're like, Katie, you've been complaining about the grocery prices, but you had steak? Yes, because that's what Dallas wanted for his birthday party. Well, his birthday section. And Costco had their like tenderloin things, like the uncut tenderloins on sale for like $25 off. So they had like a couple nights of steak, and we've got fajitas in the fridge now, or in the freezer. Not in the fridge. We're not going to eat it all now. But it's been the best way for us to do beef of any sort for a while now, because we've mostly been doing chicken, and actually pork has started it more into the rotation, and then I'm trying to figure out more like lentil recipes and stuff like that. So, because beans are good for you, or like legumes, I guess legumes more than anything, and they're good for you. High in protein, high in fiber, blah blah blah. So I did make lentil curry. Well, that was a while ago. It was a slow cooker lentil curry, and it was really good. So I had like sweet potatoes and lentils and yeah, a bunch of like stuff in it. Coconut. I modified it by adding some garam masala into it, because I don't know if this was, I think it was supposed to be more of like a Thai curry, but the garam masala made it taste very East Indian curry, at least my experience of East Indian curry. And you know how like cumin is one of those spices that when you put it into Mexican food, it tastes like Mexican food? That's what garam masala I've discovered was for curries and stuff like that. So, because I don't like coriander and I don't like cilantro, I can't do it. And but yeah, so I think that was the one modification I really made to that recipe, but it turned out really well. And it was a slow cooker recipe, which was amazing because it was just basically a dump recipe. It cooked all day while the kids were at school and I worked, and it was glorious. Because I found out, apparently you're not supposed to be running your slow cooker when you're not in the house. It is not an appliance that's intended to be run when you're not around to supervise it, I guess. I 100% have run it when I've been out of the house, because that's sometimes the only way I fed myself a nutritious meal when I was working like outside of the house full time. Hell, it's one of the only ways I feed myself a nutritious meal even now. But yeah, I was like, what? It's like I knew you shouldn't run your dryer when you're out of the house because that's bad news bears sometimes. But I also found it like washing machine you're not supposed to run when you're not in the house. Learned that one because it was running when we were out of the house, and then suddenly there was water dripping through our ceiling. That was fun. Although that one is wild. This is why last summer was a little bit of an overburden for us financially, because it was like we also had a repair to that because so what happened is I pulled the filter out. This was the after investigation work, so I will tell you that because it all turned out fine. It was like, but it was a house insurance claim. But basically, I had pulled the filter out because the machine was saying that I needed to clean the filter, and in the filter was a baby sock. I put the filter back. It kind of didn't sit right, and I was like, oh, okay, that's weird. But everything should be fine. Ran the wash, ran out to get the kids because it was still washing while we were out to get the kids. Came home and we're sitting downstairs and suddenly heard plip, 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 plip through the pot light, through the ceiling. And I was like, shit. You can hear the washing machine running upstairs. And I was like, no. So I ran upstairs, turned the machine off, turned the water off because those were the two things I could think of to like stop the drip. And yeah, the washing machine had filled the pan it was staying in. Apparently this was already an issue that they had encountered. And yeah, we had to have like industrial fans in for 2 days and an extraction and all of this. It was fun. Good times. Insurance claim. Anyway, what we figured out happened is when I put the basket back in and I was kind of like, oh, this is like, it didn't go in properly, but it should be okay, it was actually cross-threaded. And so it was leaking out the front of the filter into the pan. And then this machine is really juddery when it was like in its spin cycle. So I think it basically just splashed the water out. But it was enough water that it leaked through instead of apparently going into the drain, which is the other annoying thing because it's a second floor washing machine with a drain. So I don't know why it didn't drain correctly. The whole point of having a drain in the floor. Anyway, after that I found out that you're not supposed to run your washing machine when you're not in the house either. Learn from my mistakes. So anyway, so like dryer, washing machine, apparently you're not supposed to run your slow cooker when you're not in the house, and I'm just like, how are you supposed to do anything then? Especially if you're working out of the house full time. 2 9 all-purpose zippers. 2 11-inch all-purpose zippers. Okay. I can't see my stream. There we go. Okay, so we're working on getting the zippers into the Heidi right now. I think we're going to do 2 navies, 3 navies, 4 navy zippers. 4 navy zippers, just because that is going to look the best in these, I think. I am going to end up going with the longer length instead of the shorter length, and that's fine because I'll be able to cut them down. Not a big deal. A bit annoying, but whatever. Okay, 3 and 4. Also, if you were watching earlier in the week and you're like, Katie, how'd the Sheena go? I think we got the zipper in, at least into the one okay. And the other one I haven't started yet because it needs to have the dark top stitching done. So when we get to the dark, basically we're doing everything up until the point of it needs ironing. Or I need to switch thread colors. So like these two are going to be stitched with, if I do any dark top, oh shoot. They need dark top stitching right now. Okay, well, we're at the point where we need to go under the iron anyway, here soon. So I guess we'll be doing those. Yeah, because what I have to do is like this will be forward facing. These two are fine with white stitching. It'll be fine. But those other two do need black for their top stitching, or for the stitching of the zipper. So this is what I mean. It's a very long zipper, but that's okay. Basically, we're going to line it up with the middle of that seam as best as we can. Could I double-sided tape it down? Am I? If you've been watching for a while, no. You know I'm not. But what we can do is we can kind of peel it back and make sure that those teeth are aligned there. Yeah, we're good. It creates like a cradle for it, so I'm not too worried about it not being in the right place, except for right there, because apparently I pushed it in towards each other. Okay, there we go. Let it back out. Thank you. Sweet. Okay, so this one had a white set of pockets, and the next one had a white set of pockets. So I'm just going to grab all 4 pieces here, plop them on top. And I was a little bit smarter, and I did bring over the... Actually, I just took all the kato off the top of the thing that I already had here, the cart. And so we're just going to... when I'm ready to start ironing, I'm just going to plug in the iron, and we'll iron on top of the cart, because I've got a wool pressing mat that fits. Okay, that looks like it actually needs to be shuffled over a bit, because... There. And there. Sweet. There we go. It does look like it's actually going... I don't have the blinds open because I was like worried that the sun was going to start coming in and blinding all of us. That pocket is just ever so slightly too small. Okay. Let's shuffle it at least into the seam allowance. There we go. But yeah, it's like actually cloudy now. So maybe it's going to storm again tonight. That would actually be really good. So we need as much moisture in this province as we can get. Okay. Good. Flip flop that pocket back over. We throw it under the machine right here. We're going to pull this first clip off because the presser foot basically acts like the clip. And actually we're going to shimmy that zipper just a bit because it was not very well placed there. It does feel like we're good all the way across. There's a little bit of wiggle room too, but not much. Yeah, we're good. Okay. And I'm going to go with a shorter stitch length with this. Basically a construction stitch length instead of a top stitching stitch length, since we are sewing a zipper in. Now the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the needle down there, and I'm going to move the zipper head out of the way. Maybe. If I can access the zipper head. There we go. Okay, and then we'll just continue across here. There we go. And then this side just stays here with that clip, and then this side stays here with that clip, and then flip this up. Oh, would help if I actually caught the zipper on that clip. Apparently I did not. No, that did not stay in the center of that seam at all. Surprise. Okay, no, we're going to pull that out in the center there. Just a little bit TLC right in the middle here. Yeah, it's definitely, it swooped down, so I should clip it in the center more when I'm doing the other ones, because that will help prevent that. Okay, come on, just be an easy seam rip, please. Thank you. I swear, everyone was like, put the red ball down and you will not tear your fabric. And it's like, every time I've done it, I have torn my fabric. That is not to say that I won't tear my fabric this way as well. But honestly, I think I've torn it more with the red ball down than with it up. Even though it's like, you do this so that you don't tear your fabric. You definitely don't want to do it on that side, because otherwise I will tear the obi instead of the pocket kimono. And it's not, okay, it's not actually torn, it's just mad. Mad. Okay. Let's go this way a little bit. Okay, so now we should have enough that I can shimmy this zipper up and in. How far along do I actually need to go? Ding, 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 ding. Get up. Get up. Okay, actually quite a ways. Probably should just seam rip the whole thing out, but I don't want to do that. If I don't have to. There we go. Oh, maybe that's the trick, is to kind of... Okay. There it is to the one end with the back stitching to like tack it down. And that is always the worst part to tear out. So we're going to skip that bit. Then, because we can just pop this up, that should work. And then we'll shimmy this. And we'll shimmy this so that we can get past where it's kind of gotten angry from getting seam ripped. Okay, now is it mostly centered? So here's the thing. What we want is we want the teeth aligned with the, more or less aligned with that seam. Because we're going to open that seam back out, up, to release the teeth, basically. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to, this is going to be a pain in the butt sewing it from the other side though. Okay, so I'm going to suck it up and we're going to put pins in. Suck it up. I hate working with pins because they always get me. But it seems like this might be the place to do it. Alright. Bloop. And then align it there. And then we're going to bloop one in there. Okay. 6 p.m. Okay. Oh, right. I was going to do this and then actually I was going to go up for some food right now. But okay. We're going to struggle with this zipper first and then I'll go get some stuff to eat. And when I say dinner, I mean like snacky food. So it won't take me that long to get it or to come back down either. Okay. There we go. That should work. Pretty sure that's centered, or at least centered enough. Can't actually check. We're going to pull all this excess thread here that is from the previous round, because there's no point in keeping it because it'll just make it a pain in the butt to restitch. Won't look good. Okay. There we go. There we go. Should I throw that in my thread bin 100%? Am I? No. It's just going on the floor. There we go. Sweet. Alright, let's try this again. Know better, do better, right? Including keep the pin bin out of the way so that I don't dump it on the floor. Okay, why are you struggling through that section? Are you just struggling to struggle? Or did the pin heads maybe get caught? There we go. I think it was a little bit of both, to be honest. Probably mostly the pin heads getting caught on something. So yeah, because that was the side of the pin heads. Okay. Did it work? That is the main question. Did it work? It worked. Okay, cool. I am going to stitch that again. Just in here. Because it was struggling and kind of... There we go. Okay, apparently it was just the pins heads were in the way. There. Sweet. Alright. Can't see that other stitch line. So we're good. And then we're going to flip this. And we're going to flip this up like it instructs me to. And then we're going to put this right here. We're going to clip it. And because those were a pain in the butt, we're just going to zip it up. If I zip it up, no, actually I can see it better this way. I should almost baste it down with a basting stitch, but then I'd have to pull the basting stitch out. Okay, so this is where double-sided tape would come in handy. Or an Elmer's, but Elmer's is wash out and these bags aren't going to get washed. So I need to invest in some double-sided tape eventually. I have actually gotten double-sided tape, sewing tape, but the problem is that double-sided sewing tape is, well, the stuff I got was terrible actually. It didn't work. came highly recommended, but apparently I think a lot of the adhesives have changed in the last few years, because like a lot of things that used to fuse and get used really or be really good for fusing have gotten terrible apparently. So it's like, okay, back away from that one slowly. Could also be that stuff was sitting too long or something. I don't know. I don't know why basting tape would. Yeah, whatever. I'll just suck it up and I'll get some like more basting tape, because apparently I need it, especially if we're going to be doing more of these. I think more of these and like cotton and cotton linen blends would be like super cute. So all right, there is the zipper struggle installed in here. We are going to go in and baste the pocket, and then I will go up and get some snacky dinners, because snacky dinners are amazing. Okay, there we go. And so what happens is I trim down the pocket to match at the bottom here. That nice little extra curve down on the bottom, and then we're going to stitch it. It gets basted, which means that really long stitch length, so it's fast. And I think it gets basted mostly because of the curve, to be honest. So and then this all gets sewn into the actual bag later on. When I was originally making these, I would have refused to do the basting stitch, but that is something that I've been like, oh yeah, you need to do the basting stitch, Katie. Basically, this is acting almost like a stay stitch more than even a basting stitch because of the curve. All right, and this also helps to like cap off these zippers. So now, because I've got such a long zipper here, I go in and I trim the zipper like that. And right here as well, both sides get trimmed off. And then it is a nice set in pocket. And then this will get, well, realistically, we've got the snap already installed, so we just need to put the other zipper in, do the lining, and then do the actual bag construction. But first, food. Food is important. So I will be back in like 5 to 10 minutes with something in my belly, and I will chat with you about all of this as we go forward here, getting the rest of these obi and kimono sewn up, and hopefully almost nearly done today. That would be absolutely amazing. So we'll see what happens. I'll be right back. Hello, hello. All right. I realized that basically what I just ate was an adult Lunchable, and it was delicious. All right, so thank you for sticking with me. That is dinner consumed, so I shouldn't need much more until maybe snack time, but even then, we should just be able to roll through the rest of these bags. Next one we're doing is going to be the rainbow, and then I think we're at the point where I should swap. Yeah, and then I'm at the point where we need to swap to the black thread, and then we'll be able to do all the ironing and everything for the other bags that like we haven't been in. So hello, Elba, I hope you're doing well. It's Elba, right? I'm sorry, I said it and then I was like, wait, that might not actually be right. I might be making that up. While I was eating, I did read through the instructions for that mini sling. It's definitely going to take a little bit of a brain gymnastics for me to get it sorted, but I think like I'll be able to do it. It's just figuring it out. Okay. 1/2 inch from the ends of the seam. What? Wait. Have I messed up all of these? Oh, no. Okay. Alright, so right now what we're working on is getting zippers installed into the Heidi. Which are, these are the large Heidi. And then we are going to go in, like I said, and do the black top stitching ones. And then we'll go in and we'll do the, the finishing basically. We're actually cranking along on these quite well. Obviously, it's not very many that will be finished, but you know, better than nothing. I'm used to working in quantities of like 50s, even 20s. So when I say that this isn't a lot, just remember that this is a lot, just not in the terms of the quantities that I'm used to producing. There we go. I think that's an important, like, a little asterisk moment of like, if this is what you're normally producing for your shows, don't worry. I'm just used to producing more. Okay. But these deserve the time and attention that they've been getting, and I think they are going to come out a better product for it as well. Not that the other ones don't, but these are just, it's a different level of fiddliness than, oh, and then this is still on basting stitch. Anyway, it's just a different level of fiddliness than like the Kato even. Because the Kato's fiddliness is the fact that it just takes, well, it's 2 bags worth of labor to get done. These are fiddly because they've got curved seams and I'm working with different fabrics and all the other excuses under the sun. My Twitch channel name currently is Nekozuki Knits, although I am actually going to go in and get a new account and get it under Atelier Nekozuki. Nekozuki Knits was definitely a sign up, obviously, when I was back under that business name. So I'm not streaming there right now because I want to change it before I really commit to streaming to it, but that is something I'll probably do tomorrow and get it rolling on there again as well. I mostly wanted to play around to see if I can make it work. I could not make it work the last couple times anyway, so that's why I was like, I will focus back in on YouTube. Right now what I'm doing that's a little bit different is it's a dual output anyway. And so I'm doing a horizontal output on YouTube as well as a vertical output on YouTube, because that's available to me now. And if I get really fancy, especially if I get a camera where I can do actual proper vertical as well as horizontal, I'll start streaming it to Instagram, I think, as well. Although it feels kind of weird to do such a long format live on there. I'm like, I don't know. We'll find out. I can't do it on TikTok anyway because I don't have enough people, I guess, followers, whatever they're calling them on there. But Instagram, I would be able to. There we go. All right. But yeah, Twitch I will refocus in on this week here, especially since we're heading into the last of the prep for this show. I got seaweed salad from Costco the other day, and it is very good. But I definitely have some stuck in my teeth, and I'm like, get out, get out, get out. I have to floss before I go to bed. Okay, why is the needle not down? This machine has been putting the needle down because its needle synchronizer is toast right now. But it's like refusing to let me. I just want to close the zipper so that I can like, okay, I'm gonna lift my foot off the pedal so that I don't accidentally like start it and sew my finger, because that is the terrifying part. Okay, come on, zipper pull. There we go, maybe. Okay, well, we'll sew up to it, I guess, and just go there we go. Okay, we're good. Ahaha. Okay, we did it. I'm like, what's this lump? It's a clip. We're good. There we go. And snip and snip. Yeah, I know. Instagram really does feel like a platform for shorter videos, and I think that it, like, I could do the longer videos on there, but I'm like, I guess the thing is if I can stream to it anyway, why not in some ways? That's where I'm at. I'm like, well, if I can. But the thing is like, it's, I don't know. I don't think it would the effort be worth the, like, that whole return on investment sort of thing? Would it be worthwhile? So, like, setting up a vertical stream for YouTube really is no skin off my nose. If I'm like multi-streaming anyway, I may as well stream to Twitch as well. But yeah, I don't personally watch. I don't personally watch a lot of lives anyway because I'm working so much. But I personally don't watch a lot of lives on Instagram and never have even before this, really. So I'm like, well, I don't know if it's actually worth it. I know the one that Caroline streamed from the Hanami event went really, really well. So here's the thing, the more effort and the more followers and subscribers I have on YouTube too, the closer I get to being able to monetize the YouTube channel. Whereas Instagram doesn't pay Canadian creators either. All right, done. Now we are going to swap to black thread. And then I think the fray check, yeah, the fray check is all dry on the cotton webbing, so we're actually extremely close to being able to do the what do you call it? Whatever it is, I can't remember. Okay, so both of these are half bobbins right now. I'm going to go with the one that has the smaller amount because it'll get used up faster. And so we can wind it while the other one winds down. Okay, white thread off. Black thread on. I'm gonna put the bigger spool on the needle thread and the smaller spool on the bobbin thread. Take my foot off the pedal. Around and around. Okay, I gotta get the seaweed out of my teeth or else I'm just gonna be like playing with it constantly. So give me 1 second. You do not need to watch this. Okay. Better. That's ridiculous. And good thing I have hand sanitizer like right here. Gross. Alrighty, let's get this threaded here. Delia is pom-pom hunting again. Alright. So you're the needle. Now what else did I need to... Alright. Okay, so we need to do the other Sheena. And then we will iron it and top stitch it with the black thread. That's what we're waiting on there. And I need to stitch in the pocket in the interior. Why are you cranky? Oh, because I've grabbed the black thread. Okay. Okay, so there's the partial white bobbin here. These do not count for the bobbin counts, and I do think I might have missed one bobbin count, but we're just going to leave it as is. Okay, that does not seem like a long enough thread to actually pull up. There we go. That should be better. We don't have one on a bobbin on the winder right now, but I'm going to thread it anyway, because then as soon as I get the bobbin on the winder, I can get it winding, as long as I remember. Have I ever forgotten? Yes, although actually I haven't been forgetting recently, so knock on wood, that just is the way it goes. It looks like we might already, no. Just got, ooh, that tells me I need to clean up my feed dogs and the undercarriage of the machine here. Some basic sewing machine maintenance needs to happen here soon. Alright, so we're going to go with a blue navy zipper for the floral mirror. Basically what we do is we line this up so that it's centered on that seam that we've already put in. And then I'm going to go in and we put a pocket piece in, and then we sew everything down. And why it was such a big deal that I needed the black thread in now is because this is a front facing seam line. Basically it is the seam and the top stitching all in one. Now that one I'm going to pin down here kind of more like it's out of the way, because we're going to work on the top portion first. Actually, this zipper is set up in such a way, because it's so long, that I don't have to deal with the zipper head if I zip it out of the way. Ha ha ha. The hack of the day. If your zipper is too long, or longer than your bag, you can just move it off of the bag. And then you don't have to worry about the zipper head. I don't know why I didn't think of that for the other two, but at least I figured it out now. I'm happy enough with that. Okay. And I don't know why they get you to sew it from the front, but I think it's because most of the time the thread pulls nicer from the front. But honestly, this would be far easier to sew from the back. Mostly because I do use clips. I have a feeling that this was a pattern really written before clips were like in mainstream use. But I don't know when. You know what? We're going to do this from the back here. And in part because I think it's going to fight me less to do it on this side. Hopefully. This is the hope and the dream. And like, yeah, there we go. Because there's a lot going on the front. It's also a fabric that has so far loved to fight me. So let's hope that this just goes smooth. So far, so good. I'm going to shimmy that down a little bit so it's a bit better alignment. And we're going to hope for the best here. Hope that the feed dogs also didn't tear up the obi. That's actually more what I would be concerned about. And no, it actually looks freaking amazing. Yay. There's still a piece of seaweed there. Damn it. I thought I got it all. No, well. Ignore it, Katie. Use your willpower. Alright, So now we go in and we're gonna, this is supposed to be clipped out of the way, so we are gonna clip it out of the way this time because it is going to fight me otherwise. And then we're going to zip this up at least part way so it's not quite so noodly. Just trying to like wander off on me here, so here we go. Okay. Is that abutted to the seam? It is abutted to the seam, and then we're going to throw this down over top like this, and then we're going to line it up with that seam allowance. I don't know why I do it that way, but that's just how I do it. I don't think that's a pattern thing. I think it's just, personally, I think it's just easier to put it there. And then are we down against the seam here? Yep, well enough. There we go. And then I'm going to clip it in the middle because apparently the zipper wanted to fight me earlier. So we're just going to do a middle clip here to put it in its place. Not this zipper, not a different zipper, but still. Apparently they're out to get me tonight. Because obviously one zipper means that all of them are out to get me tonight. Oh. They're feeling sassy. And apparently so am I. Anyway, we did... I know it's late. I also said that I wasn't even going to be on today, but we did a lot of family stuff this morning, and then Dallas was like, you need to go work, right? And I'm like, yes. I canceled my class tonight too because I was like, I need a rest night. And I also know these later these evening streams have been typically fairly well attended, so I was like, okay, I really need to catch up on some of the work that I lost out on yesterday. Our eldest was sick, so it sucks for them, sucks for us. And so instead we went and did a bunch of errands, which we need to do anyway, but still. Yeah. I did miss out on a lot of work time yesterday because of it, so we're making up for some of it now. I will be on I needed a break from class because I was like, I almost fell asleep in yoga last night. I was just like on the floor, and I might have been snoring. It might have been someone else. Who knows? Because we were in our second last pose, and suddenly the teacher is going, and now we're going to transition to Shavasana, like the end pose, and I was like, she was really good about cueing you in to like make sure that you're like breathing in and out of the postures and all of this. I didn't hear her, so I'm pretty sure I fell asleep. So I'm like, okay, the one tonight would have been yin as well. It's really good. It's really good for like running and all the spin and everything I'm doing, but I'm just like, I think my body needs like semi-rest. Now, does that mean that I'm skipping my classes tomorrow? No, but, well, I canceled the morning one, and I'm going to go in the evening. Dallas keeps going, are you going to have 30 still? And I'm like, yes. I booked so many classes that, like, I've dropped quite a few. I had, like, 38 or something like that, and I'm like, it's going to be fine. And if it isn't, well, I tried anyway. I think it will be. There's a few days, actually, after he goes back up to work that... I'm going to do the classes while the kids are in school anyway, because I won't feel like running that week because that's going to be the week after the half. And then I think I might drop them off for like a Thursday class or something like that, just to like solidify the fact that I actually did the challenge, basically. If I need it. If I don't need it, I'm not going to do it. I don't think I'm going to need it. Okay. Now I'm going to trim down the zipper because there's so much excess zipper tape here. And if you're like, Katie, don't you have those other zippers? Yes, I do, but right now I've got a lot of pre-made zippers. So we're going to use up the pre-made zippers before I really deep dive into the zipper tape. Yeah, looking good. So this is what the front is more or less going to look like, and it's going to have that nice deep blue as well, and you can see just how shiny that obi is tonight. And then in these silver bits is actually like an iridescence as well, which is super cool. Okay, and then we're going to do the other one here, which is the vases. That's like starting to like, it needs to be sewn because it is Fray City right now. So let's get it. Let's get her done. All right. Where did the zipper go? I think I knocked it off the back of the machine actually, because it was sitting there, and now it's not sitting there. Whatever. I've got more in the back here. Actually, there's one right there. Or is that Spaghetti Monster zipper? Nope, there's one right there. Sweet. Okay. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this. And that's going to put me into line with the half here. And we're going to pin it right here, clip it, and clip it here. And then we're going to clip this one out of the way. And then this is getting actually leftover obi pieces for its pocket because they matched really well. So lean into that. Wait. Oh, right, that's the lining for the other one. I'm like, what is that piece doing here? But no, we're good. We're good. I figured we were good, but it's just like a momentary like lapse in like cognizance, I guess. I don't know. I think what I'm going to do is after all of this is, after the dust is settled here, because I think these ones need, so the Kato clipping, blah, 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 blah. This was like 6 different conversations right there that were going to happen. Okay. So I've discussed this before, and it's like sometimes you figure out processes for how to keep stuff together really easily. And some bags are just easier to have those processes happen. You're just like, oh yeah, this is easy enough to keep together, and you're all good. You just settle into sewing. Then you get into bags like this where there's so many different pieces and like moving parts and stuff. Like the Kato bags. Kato bags are a perfect example of that. I think we figured out the system for the Kato bags to mostly keep it together. Mostly. I'm not going to say it was perfect last time, but it was definitely better than it was last summer, and the flail around to be like, ah. Which, oh god damn it, that did not go incorrectly. That's supposed to be more in the center. Apparently I justified it up towards the top of the pocket instead. But I did just use a top stitch length, so this will be easy to tear out. Anyway, so it's like those ones, clipping together everything as it came out of the cutting studio, wedging it, blah, 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 blah. That worked really well. I think we've got the right system in place now for Kato bags. At least I do. This is the royal we, or you and, or me and all my loyal YouTube viewers. You are counted in the we as well. In this case. Anyway, and then clipping them together worked really well because it did seem to keep it together mostly. Obviously there was still some flailing, but that's mostly just because the production number was insane. I think the only other thing that I could do better next time is they need to go into a dedicated, this is the Kato bin, and that is what we're working from, instead of like, so as those packages get finished up, they get put into the Kato bin. I think that's the only other thing that I could do that could actually mitigate some of the flailing. Now, less pocket choices, 100%, that would also help. Which I may or may not implement, but honestly the pockets are a pride and joy thing because I just like having the different fabrics. Cuts down on the boringness sometimes too. But that could be something that gets changed as well. I don't know. There's a few things we could do, but I think the main thing is putting those packages into bins. Why am I talking about that when I'm not working on the Kato? Because these bags with all the moving parts and the connectors and the pockets and the zippers and now the D-ring tabs and blah 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 blah, they need something. They need a containment unit, especially because I'm not working on them in large quantities, which is good because there would be so much more flailing. What I'm thinking is the dollar store has some really good, just cheap gray bins, and I have had some of them in the past for some of these small, like smaller quantity productions. So I think I might go get a few more of them, and then as their packages get put together, I'll divide them into like, okay, so this is the Sheena, this is the Heidi, this is the NCW, whatever it's kind of like intended to be. So that should cut down on the flailing later. This is not a process thing that has to like actually be implemented anytime soon, because I don't foresee actually going through and doing another production run until maybe November. We'll see. Who knows? Well, actually, yes, I will be doing more after Knit City because I am very heavily leaning towards going and doing Butterdome in Edmonton. And Butterdome in Edmonton would need to be a lean into like the handbags and accessories more. Now, obviously, large box bags and stuff like that still work for that, but leaning into these would be good as well. Okay. I'm gonna cut down the fray here because there's enough fray to deal with on this with this embroidery. Yeah. Because the other option actually for that would be that Costco has some like iris bins, but the thing is that those bins are really deep, and I'm like, that doesn't really do much. It almost needs to be, actually the ones that might work the best might be the scrapbook bins from like Michael's, like the 12 by 12 bins. And then, because then they could get closed up and a kid can't get into them easily and a cat can't get into them easily. And all of that might just help as well. Not that they are the culprits for my flailing, but yeah. Taking one more like step of mitigation for potential for things to like not be where they should be is never a bad idea. And then I could stack them in this shelf that's here that's not really doing much right now. Well, it's holding the zipper and it's holding the leather, so that's good too, like the zipper tape and the leather, so that's good. But actually they would also fit in the calyx that's behind me, so maybe that's what I do. So I chatted with Dallas about the closet, and I do think what I'm going to do with the calyx that's in there. My studio right now is still in complete flux. If you're like, Katie, what the hell? Why are you going to this topic now? But it's been in complete flux for the last 2 years because we moved into a new house 2 years ago. And it's a smaller space, so I've had to work out. Basically, I condensed my sewing studio and my yarn room into one space. And basically, my yarn ended up in a closet. It did not need a whole room to itself. My old yarn room used to be the old studio, basically, so that's why it was even a yarn room at all. It's because it was like once I moved the studio out of there, it was a nice space to keep everything safe from the cats again. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I moved the yarn out of there and into bins, and now it's in the storage area. Well, it's been pulled out so I can destash stuff. Have I destashed anything yet? Hell no. Are my bins like chronically in the way right now and actually need to be put away? Yes. I've finally cleared a path so that I can get into the storage room again, so that I can put the bins away, which will help tidy up this cutting room significantly. That should actually be one of my tasks next week on like a staycation, is get that cutting studio tidied for the next round of insanity. Anyway, the obi right now and kimono are in the closet, but they're all like rolled up on a calyx shelf, so one of those IKEA square shelf units. It used to be called the Expedite, whatever it is, and now it's calyx. Excuse me. Long story short, what I was brainstorming on the stream the other day is I think I want Dallas to put the support back in, and we'll move the calyx unit out. And the whole debate was like, okay, so what do I do with the calyx? Do I sell it or do I keep it? But I think what we'll do is we'll keep it and put it against the wall where my current little slat things are with the bins for all the hardware bits that I end up using. Because I want to, the shelf would be too high. It wouldn't fit under though, but I want to move the actual hardware bins to this wall beside me anyway, because I end up using them at this desk the most anyway, so there's no point in them being across the room. They made sense there when I had the desk under it, but the kids were crawling on the desk, so it was like, okay, we're going to move the desk out from under that. And also the, like, when I had this sewing machine over there as well, that made sense for where they are. But we've moved the sewing machine, and I think it's in its permanent spot now. So I don't know if they go on the wall beside me, actually, or behind me. I'm, like, looking at the wall behind me, and there's zero space to put anything back there right now, because it's covered in Kato as well. Oh, come on. You can do it. Oh, no, you can't, because there's a bunch of thread that you encountered. Okay. Now you should be able to do it. So yeah, so I think I'll move the calyx out, and then that can be the place where the kids tidy up into. So, like, they can put stuff in it. I'm just gonna make sure that I'm not missing any of the chat, guys. Sorry. Okay, cool. So, like, because we are leaning towards homeschooling, so it'll be like where they could put their books, or like arts and craft supplies, or stuff, just stuff. And it would help tidy up that corner quite a bit too. It would also allow another lounging spot for the cats, which they're not going to complain about, right? So, oh my goodness, this failed me this time. Why is it not going in? It should go in fine. My goodness. Okay, maybe I just need to, it's like, it's big enough. It better be big enough. But it's like stuck on something. Is there like a thread in the way, maybe? Okay, well, this does not bode well for this bag. I think it's just the zipper is cranky, to be honest, because it's just, maybe I need to do it this way. Butt end first, basically. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're just gonna open it up enough so that I can like sew it, basically, because the seam that it is having issues with is going to mostly be opened anyway, so it's not going to be an issue in a few minutes. There we go. But I need the zipper pull in the bag so that the zipper pull remains in the bag when we, because we're going to sew this or baste this together right now. Okay, solved. Jeez, that was far more struggle than it needed to be for anyone involved. Okay, and now of course it's like caught here. So anyway, why I'm thinking of doing the whole swap over to actually taking it back to a closet is that I can then hang the obi and kimono, which will help them air out better, because I don't really have a good airing space in this new house compared to what I had in the old house. We had a bit more of a like open to below situation in the old house, so our second floor was open to below, and we had a really big pony wall at the top of our stairs for the second floor that I could like hang the obi over to air them out when I purchased them. But after having done a lot of the prep work for these in the last few days, I think what we're going to end up doing is a lot more prep work with the kimono and stuff like that, like opening up the obi and things, and to be able to store some of that hanging is going to be a lot more space effective, I think, than having the calyx in there. This is what I'm telling myself right now. I don't know if that's actually how it's going to work, but it might work that way. Who knows? Okay, we are at the point now where I'm just debating what we should do next. I think we should go back to the, I know we're going to jump all over the place right now, but I think we should go back to the things and do the things and then the other things. I think we should go back to the Sheena and do the last zipper, and also the do the zipper and the other thing, the pocket for the dark Sheena, and the top stitching for the gussets, so the Sheena are the ones that are going to need the most amount of work, so that's why I'm thinking we should shift our attention back to them now that we're in the black thread territory. I had a bin of D-rings here. These are all D-ring tabs for the Heidi. They're all going to be made into crossbody options. The smaller the wristlet size that I have is also going to get, I think it's going to get a wristlet and a crossbody strap, because I was just looking at it and I was like, you know what, it's large enough that it's going to make a nice crossbody size. So we're going to do that. Now those are not polypropylene webbing like I've been doing in the Kato, but cotton webbing instead. I discussed this earlier in the pod stream, and I was like, I feel like the cotton webbing is like a nice in-between like elevation. I can't really sew the leather with my machine. It fought me really hard on the double layer of webbing when I was doing it last year, the year before, and so that's why I now use the polypropylene in the Kato, and why we are going to lean towards this cotton webbing, because I do not want to damage my machine. Because it isn't a leather sewing machine. So, but I don't want to use the polypropylene in the obi bags, so we're at cotton. And I do think that I will probably end up using the cotton mostly also for straps, and then we've got the mini traveler sling on the radar now, and I think we'll use that, the cotton webbing for that as well. So it like, yeah, usually when I'm purchasing new supplies and stuff like that, I do try to make sure that I'm going to be able to use it in multiple products, mostly so I don't end up having it, like, you want it moving out, right? It's not going to go bad. It's just more of a space issue more than anything. So, plus having a cotton webbing strap will actually be a good option even for the Kato, I think, because I will use the polypropylene ones get the plastic swivel clips and everything like that, and there's nothing wrong with that. It also, because it does mean that it is accessible because it's more affordable too. But having sorry, I'm picking up the pieces that all fell down here, because of course they would. But having the option at least for the cotton, I think, is going to be nice anyway. So that's my story. That's what we're sticking to. Just trying to figure out what we actually need here. Okay, so so these have been fine in white, but I'm going to top stitch it in black because it's a fairly dark interior for this bag, and I think the white would just be too stark overall. Okay, there we go. And then it's the mirror floral bag, so it needs to be top stitched in black. And then the teal will be ironed and need to be top stitched in white. But we'll get there when we get there. So first things first, we're gonna stitch. What am I doing? Katie's eternal question. What is she doing? Even she doesn't know. I am gonna clear up my desk a bit. That's what I'm going to do. Don't need the point turner right now. I will probably need that seam ripper, but it is all, okay. If I ask where it is, it's above my head, because that is the most logical place for it to be. And even my little handy dandy ruler is up there. We're going to keep the shears because we're going to have to cut down some curves. We're going to keep the thread snips, and we're going to keep the air erasing marker. That all makes sense, actually. Okay. Now this needs its connectors stitched, and it also needs, oh yeah, and then we'll keep the other bobbin right there handy because we're probably going to run out fairly soon here. So this is the gusset. Should I be using an iron? Probably, but I think this will be effective enough. We're going to just finger press open this seam, and then the seam gets stitched right here. Actually, I'm going to put it down a little bit. This almost feels like one of those ones I need to take the hint from the Gabrielle bag and put like a canvas bottom on it. But I do think that would disrupt the look quite a bit, so we're not going to do it. At least this round. Although putting some little like feet on it almost or something, but that would be, it's like a structured, unstructured bag, so it's like little feet on it don't feel like they'd fit the vibe either. But maybe what I need to do is I need to start offering purse hangers with everything with like, I wonder if I could get personalized purse hangers with photos of the Obi on it or something like that. Or like the Atelier Nekuzuki logo or something. Because then you could just hang your purse off of it and you wouldn't have to worry about it getting dirty, right? So I love Japan for that. One of the things they do in the cafes, I don't think this is something I've ever said or have said very often, But one of the things they do is they actually have baskets under the chairs typically, so you can put your purse in the basket under the chair or bag or whatever, because like a lot of men carry bags as well. And yeah, it just keeps them from getting dirty. It also is like a lot of space saving, because then you don't have a bunch of these people's purses and bags hanging into the cafe space, and the space under the chair really is a waste. You need to do that in Canada more. I feel like Japan's cafe culture, though, is a lot stronger than Canada's. Okay. There we go. But even like at a bar or something like that, that would be so much, like, or a pub, I guess, maybe. Because like some places that have the hangers underneath the bar and things like that, but they're like always in a bad spot, it feels like they're not like conveniently located. I don't know. Okay, I just realized that the other part of this is I should check. Yeah, a lot of those NCWs also need to have the exteriors stitched in black, but they need to go under the iron. So when the iron heats up, we will stitch them. These connectors need to be stitched with black, and then they need to have their D-rings added. Oh man, a clear sewing desk is glorious. Okay, so this needs to just be top stitched the same amount that it was stitched. So I'm actually gonna fold it and crease it right there, and that's gonna give me a good idea of where to start and stop, so that we can, it's all good. So this is partly aesthetics. It's also actually a lot of strength adding, because the connector points on the Sheena are going to be the highest stress point in the whole bag. And so you want your connectors very strong, or as strong as you can make them anyway. Now the obi itself is already, like, surprisingly, even though it's silk, it's already going to be fairly strong simply because of how it's made. Obviously not indestructible, but pretty strong. And then you add in the layer of like the, oh hey, I marked it accidentally with the clip. But you add in the layer of interfacing as well, and you're just like, you're kind of set. So, okay, we're gonna fold in these edges. And then I just looked up and there's a box of Kato staring at me like, why aren't you sewing us? You know that we're nearly done, right? It's like, eek, maybe after this weekend. After this weekend, I'm doing staycation. Dallas keeps going, just don't work the day before the marathon. I'm like, no. I am taking the week off afterwards, because it is time. Mostly because if I don't, I'm going to go nuts, I think. Because that will be the last of the time off, technically, until August. Because then it's just going to be head down sewing for the rest of the summer. And I will be able to just head down and sew for the rest of the summer, because the kids start their stuff. What are they starting? Summer camps. In July. So I guess not right away, but pretty damn close. Okay, so these need to match this ruler, because otherwise my D-rings don't fit. Now, why I was very in particular that I wanted the top stitching to match is because we figured out the other day while I was on stream as well, that having a little bit of a wiggle room here means that the angle at the bottom is actually set to what it needs to be to set into the bag. At least that's what I'm assuming is going on here. There we go. Okay. Now the other thing I'm going to do is we're going to go in and we're going to gone forever. Gone until next week when I tidy up. That might be one of the things I do though on this staycation-y thing, because Dallas will have a few things to do as well. So I think doing some tidy up down here would be good. And actually then I could get him to help me the problem with calyx in the closet, I can do it, but it needs to be disassembled because we had to assemble it in the closet. So yeah, maybe I'll get him to help me disassemble at least the parts that need to before so we can tilt it out of the closet or something. I don't know how we can do that exactly. We'll get it figured out though. Something will work. But yeah, get him to help do that while he is here, and then I don't have to struggle with it by myself. Also kick my butt to get the cutting studio tidy because there's no way to get that shelf out of that closet right now. So yeah, maybe I'll do that and a de-stash, and I want to get photos done of products. I like how I say I'm going to do a staycation, and it's like everything that I list off that I want to do is actually work related, but I'm taking a sewing break. There we go. That is the better description for what would be happening. The more descriptive description of what's happening next week. Maybe. Who knows? Or actually, I might still prototype. Yes, I need to prototype the accordion pouch so that I can get that custom order done. And I need to do the, I want to do the traveler sling as well. Okay, there won't be production sewing next week. Let's just go with that. Or there might not be. Who knows? Honestly, although as soon as I say that I'm going to take a break from my sewing machine, I almost get itchy palms. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm going to plant sunflowers next week. So we did actually go in and plant our planters for the deck. We did go get some new planters and some dirt. Kiddos planted their own flowers, and then I planted a bunch of sweet peas. So we're going to see how they do in the container. I think they need a little bit of mulch on them because the big thing I kept reading is that they need to have moisture retention. Fairly enough. I got some really tall ones, and I got some ones that are like supposed to be good for containers. So we'll see what goes, because I've got like 7-foot ones. I have 3 to 4 foot ones, and then I have also a one that is 7 inches or something like that. That's the container one. It's the 7-inch one, and I've planted them all like in rows. So we'll just see. Dallas got peas because he really wants to grow peas, and then I was looking at the details, and I'm like, we will plant these in the back with the sunflowers next week. These are not good container veggies. Just fine. When we were buying the seeds, he's like, I was on the side with the flowers because I want floral sweet peas, and he was like, what? Flowers? I'm like, yeah, we can grow peas too, but I want sweet peas because they smell amazing. Also, apparently, I did end up messing this up. I thought that they had to wait for the frost to be gone, but it was like, no, as soon as the ground can be worked, you can put sweet peas out. I'm like, all right, I'll remember that for next year. So if they don't work, I'll plant them outside next year earlier. So, yeah, and if they actually do fairly well, I think I might do them in just... Given that, I think I might put them into the ground next year just to see if I get different results. Because I have a good patch along the fence where we're going to plant the sunflowers. That would be good for sweet peas too. And it would look really cool to have just this like really large amount of sweet peas against the fence, basically. Very aesthetically pleasing. But the planters are all different shapes and sizes, so that at least was something that I wanted to achieve, and I did. Kids have a couple really nice bright planters. The sweet peas are in plastic terracotta color, so I think that'll be okay, because it's like it needs to be a fairly light colored plot, not because that actually affects the sweet peas, but because it affects the moisture retention. So we'll see if that works. And then I've got an old pot that I've like limped along for years. I repotted my Christmas cactus today. It's been a busy day. Oh yeah, and then I got some petunias and snapdragons, and we free seeded our Cosmo seeds because that's what worked really well last time. So we just kind of sprinkled them in the pot, and I'm like, all right, here you go. This is what you do, kids. Sprinkle them in the pot, and then we just kind of cover them with a little bit of dirt. And then I went in and I put in some of the the petunias and snaps in, and totally disturbed that but I'm sure something's going to survive. They seem pretty hardy. And also way better to start from seed than to like buy at the garden center. So, because last time they were so easy. Although I guess the benefit to the garden center one is the fact that I didn't start them in time really to, yeah. It'll take a while for them to bloom. But they did really well at our old house, so. Okay, ramble. I'm going to go in and read the instructions for how to sew these connectors for the Sheena. Did that. Okay, fold the connector in half. Vaginal edges in. I'm supposed to press it. No. Starting at the raw short edge. Sew up and across and then down. Okay, sweet. Very straightforward. I like straightforward. Straightforward is a very nice place to be some days. All right, I'm going to turn the seam allowance down just a tick so that it's a little bit more of a construction seam. Basically what we're doing is we're going up and matching that line that I just stitched across, and then we go across and match up with the line on the other side, and then we sew down. And then that looks like a very nice connector. So this is one of the hang up points that I have with the Sheenas that I cut previously, is the fact that I don't know where all their connectors are. I do have a lot of the pieces that I originally cut out, but I'm stuck on how I'm going to do the connectors because I don't know if I've still got fabric to match. So I'm in the debate right now of like, okay, do I make them to match or do I figure out a funky, fun pattern to go with it? And I'm leaning towards for the ones that I don't have the two connectors for, I think, actually, do you know what we'll do is we'll do canvas connectors. Because I'm like, I would like a strong fabric, but yeah, canvas connectors would work. There we go, problem solved. Just realized that would work better. So it's not even a problem, it's just something that I needed to talk out loud. I talked out loud about it the other day, but I couldn't think of anything. I was like, damn it, I'm gonna have to like find scraps of it or something, which good luck with that. But no, actually doing a canvas connectors makes sense because that would actually add quite a bit of strength to the connector itself. Okay, there. I'm just going to even up those lines there, and then this needs to be top stitched. Like I said, most of these have been stitched with white top stitching, but this one is getting top stitched with black because the remainder of the bag is quite dark. Because the interior is that dark blue that we just worked with for the connectors. So, okay, please don't run out of bobbin thread right on this one. It's just at least go to the end. I'm just realizing that I'm probably going to run out fairly soon here. Because, you know, it's always at the most inconvenient times. All right, so far so good. And then it needs to be stitched into the pocket as well. Okay, let me just read the instructions here on stitching it into the pocket. The connector is not supposed to be done till the end. This is totally like, oh. Apparently I'm actually supposed to already machine baste it, I guess. Okay. We can machine baste it. I didn't realize that. I machine basted the other one to the actual interior because I knew I needed to do that. But all right, well, you can do another line of machine basting. That's easy. Prep work makes the dream work. Some days. Some days it just does crinkling. I don't know why I backstitched it. It doesn't need to be backstitched, but whatever. Okay. And then I need to fold it in half and press to make a center seam and then match it up with the lining panel because we're going to sew the pocket because this is technically 2 slip pockets for the interior of the Sheena. And I'm going to do a larger stitch length for the slip pocket because whatever, it'll look good. The kids are super grumpy right now, so I don't think you'll be able to hear anything, but I can hear them and it's like, oh man. You are so ready for bed. Alrighty, here we go. Fold this one in half and put a crease down the middle as well. That was not in half. Thank you very much. What is going on here? Alright, let's see. Line them up. As close as I can get them, apparently. There we go. Okay. Center seam, or center line. Straight at least, that's good. I want the speckles out front, and then this gets put down here, and then we go in and do the slip pocket, and then we machine baste everything together again. Ding. Okay. And then everything is in the way, of course, because why wouldn't it be? There we go. There we go. There we go. Sweet. Don't run out on me now. Straight down that seam, or the fold line, like that. Nice and done. Clip this. Clip again, because I didn't get that one very close. Oh God. Okay, we're gonna. That one means it's time for fire. There we go. Okay, and then I'll trim the back one as well, because it apparently pulled a lot of thread through. And then we go in and we do a machine baste around this whole edge so that everything stays aligned when I actually go to sew this all together. Really long seam allowance or stitch length, because this does not need to be even close to perfect. Although that might have been a little bit too far of a wander. You want it within the seam allowances. This is not very happy right now. There we go. Alright. Okay, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Around and around and around. And around and around and around. Curves, folks, curves suck. Okay, there we go. Okay, do not backstitch it, Katie. You do not need to backstitch the machine basting. Okay, those two are done, and now we are going to go in and actually do the other work, which is getting the zipper sewn into the bag. I have found more seaweed in my teeth. Lovely. Don't play with the seaweed. Okay. So I did machine stitch these with white, mostly because I wanted to get them done at the same time. This is how the zipper ended up installing in the Sheena, so the first one, so I'm actually quite happy with that. I think it's going to look even better once I actually get it ironed, but it's smooth. It opens really well, so that's what I was concerned about mostly. All right, its interior gusset and exterior gusset is already top stitched. And then what we need to do is assemble the interior exterior so that we can top stitch the exterior. Once that is done, we're going to go in and okay, so the rest of these Heidi's are going to end up being white top stitching. So we will go in and we will actually finish stitching the large Heidi's so that they can get their top stitch done in black. Those two that we already did the stitching on, because then we can iron them and the NCWs and these guys all at the same time. Yeah, that seems that seems like the right course. I don't know. Should be. Okay, both gusset pieces are there. Now, the one thing I did remember that saved me when I was sewing these curve zippers into these hobo bags the last time was the fact that I actually did it from the center out, which was like game changer. Okay, so this is going to be the front. This is a reversible bag, but like this is where the majority of the action is happening, so that's what I'm counting as the front. I'm just gonna see what they suggest actually. Oh, come on. Why are you not scrolling well tonight? Okay, zipper face down. Zipper pulls to the left. Okay, that's what I need to do. Okay, zipper pull to the left, and then I'm going to clip it up here. It's got to be like flat now. Hopefully I've got enough clips here, because we are not using pins here, and that's not because I don't like, well, it's partly because I don't like pins. We're not using pins here because they will actually leave marks on this pattern, so that's another reason why I mostly use clips. It's just because, especially with like when you're clipping in leather and stuff like that, every clip that, or every pin you use with leather is another pin hole in the leather, which weakens it. So at least that's what I tell myself to make myself feel better about using clips, I guess. Okay, so there's a little bit of a crumple here, and part of why I like sewing it, actually what I should do first is let's mark the center line of the zipper. This will hopefully help, and then I'll put it center line in the zipper, and then I'll finesse it into the corners. Okay, so we're gonna throw a clip on that center so that it stays folded, and we're gonna do the same here. We're gonna fold it right there, and we're gonna massage the fold line here. Now this is where that mini seam roller comes in handy, but if you think I can find it, I would be laughing. Okay, so there is the center lines right there and there. Okay, because then if the zipper tabs actually go beyond, they can kind of just roll out away from my zipper foot as I sew. Now that is hopefully not what happens, but you know, whatever. It's just as likely to happen as anything else. Okay, we're gonna put 2 there, and then we're gonna shimmy this up here and put 2 on this end apparently as well, like this and this, and then we're going to put a clip right. So part of this why I don't clip a lot of zippers anymore is I found that clipping or pinning the zippers in a lot of bags ended up disrupting a lot of its natural, well, I guess that is the kind of the point, is disrupting the natural like look of it. But yeah, I found it easier to work around the zippers when I didn't have quite as much structure typically. Okay, so both the ends of these zippers are mad. Don't know why. They should be okay. But what we're going to do is we're going to go down to our construction length seam allowance. I'm going to move all the excess pieces out of the way because we're just going to work on this piece. We are going to work from the center out and hope for the best. I.e. hope that my skill levels. Oh man. Okay. The thread apparently unthreaded itself. Lovely. And hope for the best that I still have bobbin thread. Okay, so I totally put my hoodie on when I was upstairs because I was like, I'm getting kind of chilly, and this is going to probably get worse as the night goes on. But now I am warm, so we're going to remove the hoodie. Sweating bullets because I'm like trying to install curved zippers, I guess. The Heidi ones are going to be a lot easier because they're an outward curve. I have more difficulties with inward curve. Now, I could actually clip the zipper before I put it in, but I didn't find that that did much difference. So we're just going to go slow, 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 and actually grab my stiletto because it will act like a third hand. And sometimes a third hand is one too many, as I almost stabbed myself with the stiletto. I'm also not in my normal jeans, so that was particularly terrifying. But what I can do is it can help kind of pull the excess fabric up and out of the way without me having to do it with my fingers, which should theoretically contribute to a nice smooth zipper. Is this actually what's going to happen? Who the F knows? But you know what? So far so good. Okay, now we're getting to the cranky corner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to release the clips at the end. And we're just going to go super, super, super slow. Try not to wrinkle the zipper. Okay, okay, we're good so far. And not have it pop out too far for seam allowance wise. Okay, we're going to turn. There we go. Oh, I think we might get it. Yes, 12 years later, and I still get surprised when things work out well. I think it can be a surprise for everyone sometimes. Okay, I think we got it. Okay, good, and we didn't run out of bobbin thread. Can you imagine? Because that actually looks like it went in super smooth. Yay, I'll take it. And then the only issue here being that the interior of the bag needs to go into the machine neck, which means that everything that I store under there while I'm sewing also needs to move. Okay, let's try it on this side. Hope for the best that my bobbin is still got thread. And for some reason this side isn't as cranky, but I'll take it. I like how you can barely even see what I'm doing. Here, let's move you up so that that is a better center on the actual sewing machine, because that is way more interesting than staring at a white desk space. All right, now this zipper pull is 100% in the way. So I'm actually going to move it out of the way. I know it says to have it closed, but this is also going to help ease it a little bit. We're going to pop these off because I think this zipper was a little bit longer, like infinitesimally longer. But it looks like it is causing issues. So let's see if doing that can help me ease this around without too much. Okay, down and turn the fabric. Okay, I think we're free and clear here. Get your finger out of the way, Kitty. Get it out of the way. There you go. That's what the stiletto's for. I think we got it. Okay, so it's definitely crinkled on the interior, but that doesn't matter. Not gonna see it. Okay, so and then I think it wants me to sew the exterior or the interior in. And then, yeah, and then you're supposed to like top stitch it. And oh my goodness, this is such a good bag. Yeah, so exterior or interior in. I think it's supposed to be the one that doesn't have the pocket. Technically, this is supposed to be the pocket side of the bag, but we don't have the pocket side of the bag. Wait. Oh, okay, that's how to put the gussets on. Main zipper. Yeah, okay, it wants me to put a now pin aligning main panel to the exterior main panel with zipper. Okay, it doesn't say anything about the pocket, so it doesn't matter. I think we'll do the one without the pocket first. Why? I don't know. Because I can. It's the one that's on top and I grabbed. That's most of it. It was the one that was handy. Okay, so now we gotta do it again. Yay! Yay us. We get to do it again. Okay. Ding. And then we're going to put this in the middle. And then we are going to sew it middle out again. And we're going to sew it on the interior side. I don't even know if that's how I'm supposed to do it. There's not really any instructions here. So this is just what we're going... Oh, it's probably from the other side because we're supposed to match the seam allowance. But realistically... this is going to match the seam allowance anyway. Because seam allowance for this is like as close as I can get to the teeth with this. Okay, now don't crinkle the exterior. That's the only thing I request. Please just sew up and be good. Thank you. I think we're still good. Yeah, look at that curve. Okay, that was actually on the inside of the Exterior seam allowance. Okay, so let's Bum-ba-da. We matched up our that at least. Okay. Here we go, here we go. Okay, now should we just throw all caution? I think we just throw all caution to the wind, remove all the clips because I really don't think they're helping. And we're just going to go all the way because I can still see that interior lining. So we're good. We're going to leave this down and move the massive thingamabobber out of the way, the zip pull. Now we're going to squish this so that it does actually get all the way across like it's supposed to. Properly up here. There we go. I think we're good. I think there might be a bit of a pleat right there, but I think we're still good. Yeah, there's definitely a pleat there, but I think that's okay because it'll get top stitched down. And that just means that your bag is matched up properly at the top. Yeah, we're good. Let's make sure that this is going in mostly correct. I think we're good. Yeah, and then we top stitch it after this step anyway. Okay, so there. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to kind of clip this away because otherwise it's going to get in the way because this exterior obi is very stiff. So yeah, there's a little bit of a pleat there, but it did mean that it isn't affecting the zipper. And it didn't affect the exterior, so that means that it is well installed at least. Okay, I'm just going to do kind of a finger roll underneath for all of this because then it is less cranky when I go to put this next panel in. Hopefully. That's the theory. It's the working theory too. It's not the actual theory. Who knows? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to line up that exterior panel to exterior panel. And then I'm just going to boop it up. And why would you ask? Why would I boop it up? Because then it's centered on itself more than it's centered on like the zipper itself. Okay, we are going to zip this back up a little bit because it is trying to play games over here, and actually that pleat is going to annoy me because as much as it's okay, it could be a flaw to someone else. So first we're going to fix that. Okay. Puff. Okay, so what can we do to fix that? Basically we just got to pop it and I got to re-sew the seam right there. That's fine. Mostly. It's mostly fine. Okay. And then so what did I say we have to do after this? We need to press these open so that I can top stitch them. Right. We're going to install the zipper, and then the next thing is ironing everything for top stitching and wrapping up on the Heidis that need the Heidis and the NCWs that need black top stitching on their exteriors. That's right. That's what we're doing. Okay. Don't destroy all the interfacing, please. Okay. So I'm going to pick out the seam just before and just after that pleat and see if we can kind of, I think probably what I can do is I can finesse the fabric down towards the bag of the body. The body of the bag. That's the sequence of words we wanted to hear, not the other way around. Not reversed. Come on. There we go, I think. Okay, now I think I gotta work from the interior side. Nope. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, so I think what I can do, I don't want to have to tear out the whole seam if I don't have to, because that causes other issues. Well, I could just go in and re-sew the whole thing. It's not that big a deal, but it's the interfacing I'm worried about more than anything. Okay, let's see if we can get that just finessed open a little bit more. Okay. Ba 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 ba. There we go. All right. So what I think I need to do is I need to just relax it down here and then push it up there and get my stiletto in there. But you know what? Let's just, let's just seam rip the rest of that. And then I will get the, there we go. Okay, seam rip the rest and just reset it, because it will make it look far, far, far better. Okay, so I'm going to turn you back down here. A little bit less on the sewing machine, a little bit more on this very riveting seam ripping, obviously. I do remember actually last year I had to stop streaming for the NCWs because I got so distracted. I kept making stupid mistakes. So if that happens again, I will stop streaming. But so far, so good. This isn't a stupid mistake. This was just rushing, laziness. So teach me, because now it's taking way longer to seam rip than it ever would to just try to fix it to begin with. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in. There we go. We're done. I'm going to open up that zipper again. And now, okay, I see why it got pleated, is because I was like, we need to shove this down in there. But honestly, the side of it is fine. It matches. Yeah, okay. So we're going to just ignore the fact that it's got some overhang at the top where the connector is going to go. And we're going to sew it back down towards the other line of stitching. We're still on construction seam length, or seam allowance. Yeah, seam length, stitch length. Construction stitch length. And we can just match it up right there. And I'm going to stitch all the way across to where I originally started the zipper on this one. And we've totally run out of bobbin thread right over the fix. I told you it was going to be soon. Okay, swap the bobbin. Bobbin count. Black. 1. I know it's only a half bobbin, but realistically I've been swapping them back and forth for the Kato, so. Man, we're gonna have a really low bobbin count for May, actually, because it's like I haven't done much sewing. It's all been like prep work. Ugh, gross, prep work. Why is it always the prep work that like takes the longest too? Right? Bobbin count. White, 3. Black. Oop. 1. Ha ha ha. Although this one I think actually has less thread on it, so we'll probably end up burning through it a lot faster. What was that noise? Why is my machine clicking? And now it's fine. Hearing your sewing machine clicking is probably never a good sign. We're going to go the whole ignorance is bliss route for now. What was that clicking? There shouldn't have been anything clicking. But alright, go off. Okay, no more pleat. Fixed, resolved. Can see where it happened, but it'll get ironed out. Alright. Now we'll do the finger press down because everything is really cranky. And I want it out of the way for this next round. So everything isn't so cranky. And then, yeah, okay. Then we'll go in and iron it and it'll stop being so cranky, hopefully. Okay. There we go. There we go. So yeah, so this is what I was trying to avoid. There's a larger amount of the interior fabric here, which means that there'll be less on the interior once it actually gets sewn, but then it does, I don't know, it'll match the interior and exterior. I think it'll be fine. And that's why I pleated, is because I tried to shove that into the bag, but that's not going to work. So here we are. Let's do this. Okay, so we're gonna fold this in half because that is the smarter way to do this. And we're gonna throw a clip on it right there so that it keeps the fold. And then we're going to take this, shove my face in it because that's the easiest way to get it to fold. And we're going to put a fold into the zipper as well, right there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to line up, hopefully we will line these two up. Okay, so that should just kind of open up right onto the center of the bag, like that. And we'll pop the clip right there and we should be good. Now, this is going to be another example of a very cranky zipper and a very cranky exterior. I tell you, these curved zippers just like to be cranky. As bad as toddlers. Some days they just like to be cranky. Some days they just go super easy. This I knew was going to be a bit of a battle because this obi is so stiff. So stiff. So it's just like trying to convince everything to cooperate is just going to be a bit of a biatch. Okay. Let's put this back underneath. We're going to pop that middle clip out. Back and top. Start the stitching and then we'll... Doesn't look like anything's too warbly, so let's just go for this fast and slow as we can. And then I am going to open up the zipper though, because I do find that that's a little bit easier. Oh yeah, it's happier now. And then we're going to just go down and around very slowly. Like I said, I don't know how I did these with so much like dauntless energy last time. I just tackled it and they turned out fine. That's the other amazing part. I don't remember doing... Well, okay, I didn't actually end up finishing any of them. I think that was it. But the ones I did finish were fine. It's like, I don't remember doing this much engineering of it before. Okay, we're going to open this one up as well because that does relax in so that there isn't as much fight from the other exterior and interior. Then we'll move everything out of the way here so I don't stab my thigh, because you know I will otherwise. Then we're going to relax the zipper, tape in, and we're going to go. I do remember doing this on the last round and it did help significantly, so it's probably what I need to do with the Gabrielle as well when I go back to actually sew it in production, because I do think that that Gabrielle is worth it. I'm talking about a little shoulder bag. I just had to do some finessing of it so that it would it needs the cotton webbing for the handle strap, and it's also going to go from a shoulder strap to a crossbody option, mostly because I found that as soon as I put it on my shoulder, even wide shoulders, it was like slipping off as soon as I put my arm down for like anything. So I'm going to swap it out to a crossbody connector instead, which is going to be like, honestly, in some ways, it's going to mean that the bag is going to wear better longer, I hope, because it won't be like a cotton fabric. Although the cotton fabric usually lasts really long too. I don't know what I'm worried about. Whatever. I think this was okay. I don't see any real issues there. All right, last most difficult part of this bag, because the top stitching, once this is all done, is easy peasy. At least from what I remember, it's easy peasy. Some caffeinated beverage that I shoved back here apparently. It's like, I need to get this off the desk. Get it off the desk. Okay. Everyone's always like, how do you do it with the kids and the business and everything? It's like, not a healthy sleep schedule. It's been healthier this month, but that is saying something for sure. Okay, we're going to just match this up in the center by the seam lines that are on the other side, and then I'm going to pop a clip right in the middle here. Hello. Ooh, thank you. My watch is like, you just hit 200% on your move goal. Good job, you. And I'm like, yeah. Spin was tough this morning. I forgot that I had signed up for a spin core class. And so the spin teacher that I was in with is like I would put her as the most intense spin teacher in that studio. So it was like 29 minutes on the bike. You wipe the bike down, and then you go into the like yoga studio and do your core. And it's just like, and I was prepared to go into spin class with her because I don't mind her. I just know she's intense. I don't do a lot of classes with her because she's intense. But then I went in forgetting that it was also core, and oh my god, I think we only did 10 to 15 minutes of core, and I'm sure I'm going to be feeling it over the next few weeks. It's one of the classes, they used to do a core flow, so it was like a lot of core work in a yoga flow practice, and that was really good. But then we all had babies, basically, all about the same time too. So like the yoga teachers have obviously had a priority shift, as they rightfully should. Yeah, and so it's not the same. I miss the core flow, but spin and core was really good. But the other issue is that it's on Tuesdays, and Tuesdays now are just, they're Dallas's either in or out day, and that means like no opportunity for me to go anyway, which is not a complaint, it's just a reality of it. So, whereas before I could just drop them off and then go to core class, or I would go to core class and then core flow and then pick them up. Or it was on, I think it was actually on Thursdays as well, so it was like a Tuesday and Thursday class or something, I can't remember. The Thursday class got canceled sooner than the Tuesday class or whatever. It doesn't really matter. I do know that it used to be on Tuesday. Okay, I don't know. We'll see how this comes out after I iron it. I think is going to be the big one for whether this was actually a successful zipper installation or not, because that does not feel like it was a successful zipper installation this time. Well, one of the things is, as long as the exterior is all caught and the interior is all caught, and yes, but that could use a little bit more of a tack down on this side. So let's do that while I'm here still. It definitely needs to be sewn in the middle, because apparently I missed a big chunk here. Okay, and then I think it was this side that I was, yeah. Like, is this the side I'm worried about? And it is, because it kind of wandered off the path there. There we go. Okay. It needs to be up here, not down across like that as part of it as well. So we're going to pick that out so that it's just, the swoop is correct, because we don't want a non-good swoop, because that defeats the purpose and shape of this bag. Ding. Ding. Okay, good enough. There we go. Although that swoop meant that it was, oh, whatever. We'll fix it. We can fix it with the connector, I think. Okay. I think that is installed. Okay, now. Oh no, it does need to swoop that way, or else it's not correctly placed on that tab. So that means that this needs to be finessed. I need my third hand of the stiletto, I think, because this needs to kind of come, yeah, there we go. And this needs to be opened up this way. There we go. Done. Is that better? Better. Much better. Okay. Passed. Passed inspection. Passed muster. Whatever you want to call it. Let's see. I think we generally have a good straight shape. Like I said, most of this is going to also come out in ironing, hopefully. It's a little bit warbly on that side. Yeah, this is interesting, because it has been installed well. Okay, what happens when it opens fine, closes fine. Just Yeah, I think that just needs to be ironed and we should be good. Okay. Right, because then, and once it actually has some weight in it and stuff like that too, it's going to be a different story as well. And I guess the other thing is that this is actually going to be out like this with the gusset in. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. So that helps ease a little bit of the warbliness there as well. Okay, just like massaging it in to see if it works or not. And it does. Okay, so we are going to finish stitching the Heidi's, and then these will all go under the iron to get set for top stitching, as well as, yeah, that makes sense, because the Heidi's have zippers that need to also have dark top stitching done once they're installed. So let's install the interiors on those ones, not all of them obviously, because the interiors of the light ones will be stitched with white. Okay, so the main zipper. Okay, so the zipper should be closed and the zipper pull should be to the left. Okay, so we're going to do another navy zipper in this one. This is not the portion we're going to sew right away though, because the portion we're going to sew is the navy. Okay, so we're going to do the navy and then the lining panel. Okay, so there's the lining panels. And then the other one that needs to be dark top stitched is this one. And it has a, where's its lining? No, where the heck? Where's its lining go? Because that's for the teal bag. Oh, it's got, right. It's got this lining. Okay. So there's its lining. And then where's the actual exterior for it? Good Lord. We literally were just working with it. What'd I do with it? Is it up here? Oh, it is up there. Okay. I'm stepping on clips that had disappeared, so we'll pick those up so I don't crush them when I actually stand up. Okay, so they're back in the bin. Okay, we gotta do the zipper in these, which means construction length. I need 2 more navy zippers for these guys. 1 and 2. Then we're going to doom, and just moving over the actual stream thing so that I can see if the chat moves. So, face down to the right side of the exterior front panel. Right side to the exterior front panel. So the front panel is the panel with the snaps. Okay, and that's the other one. Glue or pin matching the edge of the zipper to the top. Okay, the end of the zipper should be about 3/4 from each corner. Okay, so this actually does need to be trimmed down. So first things first, I'm gonna plunk it in right here because it needs to have a zipper, like, yeah. Now these zippers are not as scary. Again, I have way better luck because sometimes it is just plain dumb luck. But I have better luck with them when they're like a dome like this instead of an inside side curve. So obviously a lot of it is skill and I just need more practice, but it is sometimes just luck too. Okay, so I'm gonna do this down to here. There we go. Then we're going to clip it here. I'm also wondering if, because those zippers aren't YKK zippers and these are YKK zippers, I am wondering if it's just because they're like a quality difference in the zippers, which is 100% totally possible. But the thing about it is that YKK zippers don't have the metallic coil like that. So I'm like, well, if that's the case, I'm gonna end up with like really boring number 5 zippers, I guess. Okay, that was not a good enough cut to work, so let's do that again. There we go. Because there is a reason why YK zippers are kind of like the known zipper for sewing. And for a lot of like even industrial made items and stuff like that too. Okay. Okay. Trimmed down to where it's supposed to be. So now we are going to do the top corner. Fold the end of this. Okay, so this is supposed to be folded at a 90-degree angle, like this. Right here, clip it, 90 degrees, not less than 90, please. Thank you. Like this. There. Clippy, clip, clip. Sweet. Okay. And then there we go. Clippy, clip, clip here too, and then so. Okay. This is where the stiletto's really nice. Really very nice. Bloop. Okay. Now these are far less, like I said, stressful curves. We're going to start the bobbin winding because you know that we're going to run out at the most inconvenient moment. So let's avoid that if we can. Okay, and then we're going to keep this folded this direction more than we, as much as we can. Curves, curves, curves. They still suck. They're just a little bit easier. Still suck. I don't like sewing curved zippers, but the bag is so worth it. It really, really is. That's what I promised myself. Even if this is the most painful experience. Not physically, mentally. And physically when I have to pull out seams, I guess. Okay, that is like not far enough folded. There we go. Needs to fold there and also be in line with the bag. That's the issue I'm having. There we go. There. Whee! All right. Yeah, it's just like such an easier installation method. But like you're not gonna dome a handbag this way, you're gonna dome it this way. It makes total sense. It's just Alright. A lining piece now, please. Please, I need a liner. That's not the liner for this. This is the liner for this. Let's do this. Okay, I'm gonna put it in. Gonna line up the side seams here. This technically should be the like easier one to do, but nah, whatever. It's probably gonna throw us some curveballs. Of course, these curveballs are happening like when I'm on stream, because why wouldn't they? I swear, when I was actually sewing yesterday, everything just went nice and smooth. There were no curveballs. I know learning curves are good, but it's like seriously, recently, there's been enough. Wait. Flip so the wrong side of the exterior front panel is up. Okay. Oh, okay, and it wants me to start and stop at a specific spot too. Okay. Why? I don't know, but I will follow instructions for this sort of thing. Okay. It didn't make me do that with the other side of it though, I don't think, right? No. This is like bolded on this pattern, so it's like, all right. This is important. Make sure you follow these instructions, Katie. Okay. Oh, it's for the actual like side seams. Okay. Okay. Done, and then sew it from there all the way across. Whee! Okay. As per instructions. I think that was actually supposed to be a little ways back from the edge then. Maybe. It mostly is. I think it's supposed to be back like the side seam allowance maybe. Oops. Okay. Okay. We'll make sure that for sure it is on the other ones, but I think we're okay. Okay. Flip it and then press both panels away from the zipper. Repeat this step to sew the exterior back panel and lining panel to the other long edge of the zipper. Trim the ends of the zipper extending past the seam allowances. Okay. Oh, that is a nice finish though. So it like curves into the actual thing. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna actually trim the stuff past the seam allowances, and then does it want me to top stitch this? No, it doesn't actually want me to top stitch this, I guess. Oh, okay. I was all like, oh, we need to do the top stitching. Oh, and I should actually I should pre-place the base to the D-ring tab in, I guess. Okay, so it says to do it that far up for that side. Okay, because then, yeah, when it folds down, it is underneath the actual flappy flap, it looks like. Although that is for the small. Skip if making large clutch. So we're going to do, we're going to go up by going to go up by an inch. Yeah, I'm going to go up by an inch. Because then that puts that, like, actually I think we want to go up by like an inch and a half. What does 2 inches do? Yeah, 2 inches because, so 8 inches, because then what I'm going to do is that the actual, the webbing takes up a certain amount too. Where'd they go? Good Lord. It's like, oh right, I put them in the D-ring box. So where'd the D-ring box go? There it is. Okay, so this one's gonna get the black D-rings because of the navy and the vases. I don't want any attention gain taken away from them at all. I'm gonna fold it and then we're gonna pop it here, this direction. D-rings go in, Katie. Except the issue is that is a very large ruler. So we're going to make sure that's there, and then we're going to go like this. this. Now we're going to slip it underneath here so it lines up with the edge. So what we're going to do next time is we're just going to go 7 inches instead of 8, and then we can put this at the top of the thing and not have to worry about it as much. Okay, there we go. So there is one D-ring in. Two D-rings in. Basically just snuggle it up there because this isn't quite, like it doesn't, the markings aren't quite to the edge. There we go. Oh, except I think I caught the interior and we don't need the interior. Oh, right, we're just basting these on, so it doesn't matter right now. Except I do not need the lining panel in there. We're basting them to the exteriors. So do this, Katie, before you put this together. Blah, 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 blah. Brains. The brains. I'm working overtime today. Okay. Throw it underneath and hope that my machine can handle a little bit thicker. I'm just going to baste too. I'm not going to do anything fancy. Oh yeah, we're good. Although apparently I am going to do a back stitch. All right. That's okay. Okay, so there's one side of it. Two sides of it. Okay. There we go. Problem solved. D-rings into this one. Okay, so now we're doing the zipper on the other side. On the fancy side. And then we're going to do, so yeah, so none of this actually gets top stitched. I am trimming down these threads because otherwise they're just going to continue to like get in the way. So yeah, it doesn't get me to top stitch. I swear it had top stitching. But actually when I look, yeah, okay, the front does. Okay, so does it get you to top stitch the front and not the back? Okay, pin. Main zipper. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we just did all that. Okay. No, does not ask you. Oh, it does at the end. What? Wild. Okay, this is gonna have a very different top stitching method. Sorry, I just found the information for it. Okay, well, wish me luck. Sorry, apparently I'm also gonna hit the camera here. Let's get this lined up. It's basically, it's assemble everything and then top stitch it from the interior once you have everything like turned and ready to go, basically. It's like, okay. All right, I guess that's what we're doing. Okay, I want this down on here. Then we're going to turn it 90, and then we're going to clip it right there, like that. Now we're going to come over here, and we're going to fold that zipper pull down because it's in the way now. And we're going to clip it actually up here. Yeah, that's a good spot. Then we're going to clip it over here. And then we're going to go down here, and we're going to go right to the end, and then we're going to fold it up so that's out of that seam allowance. From what I can tell is the whole point of this, and we also want it to more or less match. So this one, it's going to get here and it's going to get it here. There. 90 90 90. Okay, and then we're going to go in here and we're going to make sure that mostly matches, This side is definitely going to be better, but that's okay. Live and learn. Live and learn. Okay. Off we go. Around the curve. Zipper, needle down. Pull the zipper past. Well, at least the top stitching is like the very last thing we do on this bag. So it's like once it's done then. Instead of having top stitching like halfway through the making, I guess. Just strikes me as it would be way easier to top stitch right now. But I guess with maybe the construction, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Follow the instructions when you don't know why they're doing the construction they're doing, I guess. There we go. Okay. My brain just got very tired. I was like, I'm going to work really late tonight, but I don't know if I'm going to work really late tonight. I think it might be it'll be a late-ish finish. Maybe like 10 or 10:30 tonight. I don't think I've quite got the brain power to do much more than that. Although at least I've had the extra hour or so that time would take normally. Because normally I wouldn't even be downstairs right now. And look at me. I've already been on stream for like almost 4 hours. Okay. Clip, 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 clip. And then, what was it? Sew it from the other side again, right? Same as the Sheena, I think. So that they match. Okay. Oh, right. And then this one has to have the exact stitch seam allowance break thing. Okay. So this needs the 1/2 inch. Where did I put that ruler? Right, because I got distracted by making the things happen. Okay, so I'm gonna put this clip here for a moment. We'll move it back in after. I need to make the mark right there. There we go. Then I need to come over here. I need to make the mark right under the clip, of course, because why wouldn't I? I should do this before I clip it together. There we go. And then we'll shift the clip really close to that. So basically it wants you to stop your stitching at a certain point. As I said, it was like bolded, so it's very important. I don't know why I don't know why for a few things why they want you to do it the way they're doing it, but that's why I'm not a pattern designer. Well, okay, I'm not a sewing pattern designer. I have designed some knitwear that I am quite proud of and sell the patterns for, but that is like a different lifetime almost. Although I am working on some mitten patterns right now. Although I've also been working on this mitten pattern since like last May. It was actually Japan inspired. And I haven't touched it since the flight home. You know, priorities. Alright. So there's that and that. And now we go in and we trim down the excess zipper. Did I do that on the other side? No, I have not done that on the other side. I'm like, I thought that I turned it out and done that, but apparently not. Okay. Now it gets sewn together, and then it gets set aside for top stitching. Because it's like, I iron this very well. And it's like, yep. Definitely need to iron this very well. Okay. Oh, I see why it wants it out of there. Because then it's like, it's not so warbly when you go to sew it together. Okay. I gotcha. Sorry, I'm going to apparently knock the phone a few more times tonight. Okay, there's that. The zipper is going to fold out because that was one of the hacks. And then I'm going to clip the bottom edge of this together. Like this. And the bottom edge over here, like this. And then we're going to clip the middle, because it will want to shift and we don't want it moving, and then we want to make sure that D-ring stays on the inside. That would be horrendous to sew over because it would just break everything, probably including my machine. Okay, the D-ring's in. I'm going to put a clip on the D-ring so that also kind of reminds me that's there, so that when I go, why the hell is my machine struggling right there, I'll know it's the D-ring area. Hopefully. I'll probably still wonder out loud, so you're more than welcome to yell at me in the chat that it's the D-ring. I'll figure it out. It'll just take me a couple minutes probably. Maybe. Okay. I'm going to throw a couple on the lining, and then we're going to sew. Sew. Okay. It says to leave at the turner, or put the turning turn on the side, so that's what we're going to do. I'm going to shove it underneath here. What is your seam allowance? So around all matched edges of exterior at that. And then that one. Okay, so the interior is larger because that will make it less of a baggy lining. Makes sense. And it's just supposed to, and so I'm supposed to go down and around. And then it'll just decrease to the other seam allowance when I actually go to sew it. We're getting caught on the laptop today. Because the name of the game is just weird hang-ups today. The name of the game. Okay, and then we're going to start to shimmy it down to the seam allowance that we actually need. There we go. And then that should actually more or less match. Oh, let's put that seam ripper in so I don't stab my hand. That seems like bad news bears. Yeah, I see. Okay. So this zipper needed to be outside of this seam allowance as well. Okay, so the next one we sew, we'll make sure for sure that's out of the seam allowance. Okay, that is actually OB. That's good. So we haven't like run over anything we shouldn't. What? Oh, right. Okay, yep. That is. What is this? It's the D-ring tab. See, I told you I would forget. And I am going to backstitch over that too, even though it's going to be angry. It's not too angry. It's not as angry as it was when I had the leather. And then these pockets were a little bit wide, so we're just going to ignore the fact that the seam allowance is a little bit wide right now. And then we're going to stop there and pivot. And then we're going to sew along this curve here. These curves aren't scary when they don't involve zippers. Most of the time. Sometimes they still are. This one is a little bit scary. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to turn again. And no, we're not. We're going to hand crank a couple. Just 1, 2 stitches. Okay, there we go. Needle down. Now we'll pivot. There we go. That looks better. So here's the thing. I want to catch all the pocket, but the actual seam should be what the exterior seam would be. Okay, and then we're going back over this D-ring tab at the most inopportune moment because this is also the zipper. Oh my goodness. So we're going to just shimmy, hand crank, shimmy, hand crank. Oh, and see. Okay, good. And I didn't even break my needle. Good. Okay, so that's already been stitched over quite a bit, so we're not going to worry about back stitching it this time. I'm going to back stitch over that. And then we're going to slowly transition over to the heftier seam allowance, and then we're going to leave ourselves enough room to turn and worry that I didn't open the zipper. Did I open the zipper? I don't actually know. I don't think I did. I also don't think I left myself a big enough turning seam, or at least not. Yeah, I definitely did not. Not the recommended turning seam, and it's completely closed too. It's not just like, oh, it's just slightly closed. No, I left it completely closed. Well, that's a rookie move. Okay. That is something I should, well, I do it semi-regularly. I don't do it regularly anymore. But that is something that I should know better on. Okay, let's try and do it from the inside because that is the thinner obi side. So like, I can feel the zipper pull right there. So let's see if I can. Okay, there it is, shifted just a bit. Okay, maybe we can get it. The problem with the curve is that it goes into the bag. And so it's like gonna be tough. Okay. And I feel like legitimately like, why don't you just do this once you've turned it? It's because you still have to turn everything through this to make sure that's like, I need to quality control inspect it as it's going. There we go. Okay, I've got a big enough opening now that I can like caress it along or coerce it along, whichever you prefer. I'm definitely coercing it right now. Ugh, and the lining got stuck, I think. Yep, there we go. Okay, because it's not top stitched yet. Okay, good enough. It's like half open. Oh, right. Rings off. Rings off, or else, because it'll snag and bend, and I will be sad and mad at myself for that. Okay, so let's. Let's get this through here without like breaking the turning seam, hopefully. Next time I will leave myself a larger turning space. I could actually measure it. That would probably be the smarter idea, but you know, whatever. Okay, and then it needs to actually have the lining side out with the exterior tucked inside. And then it's got, like I said, like a really different way of top stitching it. Which makes me very glad there's only a few of these to actually sew right now. And a few being like 7 total, 6 total, whatever it is. Whew. Okay. That actually went far easier than it could have been with the zipper closed. And look at that. That's why you want to like... Okay, so we'll check for any other defects before I turn it back out. I don't have to turn the whole bag back, but just obviously that corner. Okay, so this right on the vases, and then otherwise it is looking very good. Zipper, for all things considered, is actually fairly well installed. We'll definitely work that in differently in the next ones. It is curved correctly. There's nothing wrong with this curve. That's good too. Sweet. And then yeah, it needs a press because it's like puffy. Okay, and then yeah, so I need to do... Okay, so now I understand how that zipper is actually supposed to be installed. I will get it better. So we got the plum blossom vase up on the front here that I was talking about, and then we've got the cosmos and the peonies and the bamboo on the back. And yeah, that zipper is actually very well installed. No warble. I'm going to just shuffle the interior in here so we get a little bit better. Sweet. And then what you do is you can zip up this. And then this is what the wristlet actually, or what it actually looks like. And then it's got the D-ring tab so you can use it as a crossbody bag. I just realized that in this case then, all of this is on the back. It's a little secret happy bag then. That actually looks quite elegant in all consideration though. And once it gets pressed, it'll look even better. So I think we're at the point with my brain that we'll really just try and get these sewn, and then I will press them tomorrow. How am I already... I guess we ended up doing quite a bit of work on that Sheena, to be honest. I'm like, how am I 4 hours in and this is all we've done? But no, we did a lot of work on the Sheena to begin with. So, all right, I'm gonna reach back down in here. Installing zippers is hard, Joe. Especially curve zippers. And then we've got a big curve on the Sheena as well for the gusset. La 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 la. We're gonna ignore that for a bit. That does need an iron before we get to it, so I guess we'll be heating up the iron at some point tonight. So maybe everything will get ironed and I'll finish up the stuff that I think I can finish up, sort of thing. This one just has a very funky method of top stitching that I'm like, do not know if I actually want to tackle that tonight or not. There we go. I'm gonna do one more seam right there because I think I caught it, but just in case I didn't, we're gonna make this ultra good. There we go. That's definitely caught. Okay. Clip and clip. Shove it back through. Did we get it? Now for the actual reveal. Yeah, okay, so now I gotta remember that actually we want it to be, I don't know what I want it to do then. There we go. Yeah, so there it is in its glory. Nice light curve at the bottom, big curve at the top. What they want to do is they want this turned the other way to top stitch it, so we'll do that later. So this is not quite, it shouldn't be this puffy. It'll be less puffy once everything's actually done. But it does look very good, and those D-rings are placed like perfect for where they should be on this bag for actually being able to be used. And then yeah, that actually shows the background print here very well. And like I said, a nice little secret. You could always like carry it this way as well, so the flap and the zipper are towards your body anyway. And it's like, I'm not gonna judge. But I'll remember that this should then also be patterned a little bit more than I anticipated. Because mostly what I was thinking is that this was going to cover a good, like it covers a good chunk of this bag. So that's why I was like, I don't want to like put the print in there because that doesn't make sense. But I forgot that you're going to see a lot of this. Whoops. Oh well, not all, most of them have a different body. All right, whatever. Those are white stitching, so I'm going to throw that up there. Do I want to do this next one? Yeah, I should do this next one. And then what else do I have? I need to iron and top stitch the Sheena. And I need to iron and top stitch the Heidi, or the Sheena. Sheena and the wallets, that's what it is, because I need to top stitch the wallets before I get to the next piece. So yeah, let's finish this one up, and then we'll heat up the iron and get all the dark top stitching done, and then I'm calling it for the night. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Mostly because then tomorrow I'll do all the white stitching that needs to be done on the Heidi, and then we'll heat up the iron and everything will be good. Okay. So what we need to do is this needs to go here. Now, why do you call for it to be over more? The zipper stop at each end of the zipper should be about from each top corner. Oh, okay. I misinterpreted those directions. So it said that it's supposed to be X amount of distance from the corner. The X amount of distance not being that there should be extra zipper. This, in fact, should be trimmed. But that it should be 3/4 of an inch into the bag. Okay, now I got it. That's why I messed that up. Okay, now I got it. Got it. That makes way more sense. So what it's going to do now is it's going to do that 90-degree curve, and it should be that X amount in from the edge of the bag. So yes, it will be inside the seam allowance, the sewing allowance, the seam allowance, the sewing allowance. And it will then also be, yeah, okay, I got you. I got it. Now I got it at least. Okay. That's too far. That looks, okay, so I'm going to clip it here. No, you're too far down. Don't go so far down on the bag. Okay. Back to the edge. Okay. And then we're going to fold it 90 degrees. And then that looks like it's right, but I'm actually going to measure it. It needs to be another 1/4 inch. So it's the seam allowance plus, and that makes sense because the amount that they want it folded in is the same amount as the seam allowance that they want for the interior. Okay. It's all making way more sense now. All right, so we're gonna scoot this one up over here because this obviously needs some help here. I should have notched that zipper on the other one. That would have helped as well. Like afterwards. Oh yeah, and we should baste down. I just saw the D-rings out of the corner of my eye and I'm like, right, we should baste the D-ring tabs in as well. One more scoot in. Let's double check. Yeah, there we go. That's actually perfect. Scoot it up. Clip it here, and then we'll throw a second clip here. There we go. And then we're going to baste in the blah-de-blahs webbing. This one needs, do we go with iridescent or gold? I think I was actually leaning towards the bronze. No, it's too dull. So let's do the gold. Last couple gold that I have. Okay, and then it was 7 inches up from the bottom. Ding. I wish it was 8. That actually, what I'll do is I'm just going to line it up with the zipper. As much as a pain in the butt it is to like sew over, that is the most vertical line. Wait. I'm not supposed to be putting the zipper on the exterior. I'm supposed to be putting the zipper on the interior. Whatever. We're going to sew it to the exterior because that's where I'm at. Okay. Whatever. Just ignore it, kitty. But we will actually stitch this then to the... We'll baste it to this one because that's the one that's going to get basted to anyway. La la la. La 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 la. There was also like a lot of processing actually that I didn't think about for getting the flowers and stuff like that, and like what kind of flowers and what kind of pots, and like then getting home and planting everything. It was like I'm literally throwing plants in pots basically. There's not much finesse to it, but it was like a lot more thought processing than I actually anticipated. Don't know why I keep getting the Mario song stuck in my head, but there it is. Surprise! Okay. Ding. Ding. Good. Does my left hand have the dexterity? Yes, it does. Yay! Okay. Oh, and it's also gorgeous outside. I really kind of want to go sit on the deck. Okay. If I stop lollygagging looking outside, I can get out on the deck earlier. But it's like gorgeous right now, so I should really go out on the deck right now. Maybe I need to take a quick break. Okay, wait, so it was like that? Oh, right, because it wants me to sew it a certain amount, and then... Oh, it doesn't matter, because this would be... Okay, and then that one wants, okay, a specific side start and stop. This one is just like, sew the zipper. But the, on the interior side of it, they want it to be a very specific start and stop. I think I know. I think it's seam allowance things, but all I'm doing backwards here is I'm sewing the zipper to the back panel before I'm sewing it to the front panel. So we're good. I think. I don't know. I guess we'll find out in a minute. Okay, we're going to keep this folded with the stiletto. Pinned, roll, roll, roll through. There we go. Sweet. Okay, that needs to be tacked down again. Gonna pull it up again. And just kind of massage it out so that it gets tacked down properly. There we go. Okay, now we're good. So now we do the interior seam. Interior seam, interior seam, and this is the one that's going to end up with a very specific. All right, let's mark it before I put it on, because then I can actually just do this instead of having to like warble around with a frickin' zipper in the way too. Because you know, warbly wobbles. Okay, there and there. And this is an air erasing marker, so it will eventually fade. So not worried about it like transferring to the obi or the kimono or anything like that. This is actually kimono. This is obi here. I cannot take full credit for the idea of lining bags with kimono. I was inspired by actually a woman that I saw at the temple market when I was there in November of 2022. She had lined her bags with kimono, and I thought that was an amazing idea. And so that is something I will adopt for my obi bags going forward as much as possible. Obviously, if I run out of kimono, well, I run out of kimono, but we're trying to work around that factor right now, to be honest. So that's why if I go in November, the focus will be obi and kimono, because the kimono are so much fabric. It's so heavy. And then one of the things I will look for while I'm there is actually the bolts of kimono fabric that have been unsewn, because I think that would be a much more time-effective way of doing these bags as well. I do actually have a bolt of kimono silk, as far as I can tell, in my closet. I'll pull it out for show and tell one day, because I haven't decided if I'm going to give that up yet or not, because yeah. I also don't know what I'll do with it, though. It's, again, A, where do I actually wear a kimono? And B, who would I get to craft me a kimono from that? That's the bigger question, actually. So, I don't know yet. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet, but it would be a good idea. Yeah. It would be a fun one to find more of for, like, these sorts of projects, rather than having to pull a kimono apart. Like I said, more time effective. That's the big thing. All right, here we are. Exterior. I'm gonna line the two exteriors up. Oh, I haven't even based the D-ring tabs on, Katie. Based. Okay. Turning this right up because it's just a hold stitch. There we go. So it can't move anywhere while I'm doing the rest of the work I need to do with it. That's literally what the basting stitch is. There's also one called a stay stitch, and stay stitch is when you stitch around a curve, typically is how I've seen it described, so that it doesn't, like, because it's on a bias, so it doesn't fray as easily, and like warble down as well. Which actually would be a good way maybe to deal with the kimono, but I can't, because you still have to pull them apart before you can do anything to them. So the interfacing makes the most amount of sense in some ways. All right, so I'm gonna line up the side seams here, throw a clip here to kind of help hold to begin with. Woo, don't pull apart too far. So it's not gonna be accurate. Okay, and then I'm gonna throw a clip in on the side here. And then we're going to actually sew from the front here, because that, I don't know why, that just makes sense in my brain a little bit better. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do that fold up, and then I'm going to measure to make sure that I'm within the suggested seam allowance thing, the suggested amount that they want it to be. Shimmy that up a little bit, and then do this, and then we're going to measure, and that is about right. Okay, sweet. Now we're going to shimmy it up a little bit more, and then of course that's going to fall out because of the shimmy. Okay, we're going to open up the zipper then. And actually, I'm going to match it to the bottom one that we've already sewn, because that's the more important part than even having it match the suggested seam allowance. Okay. Okay, we got it. Yeah. Good. Clip the dome. Quick, clip the dome. Quick, clip the dome. And then do the same thing. Matchy. It's as close as we can. Yay. I wonder actually if it's supposed to go that way or if it's supposed to go this way. I can't tell. Okay. I don't know if it actually matters. Might be easier to sew the other way though. That's all I'm thinking, because it wouldn't be able to knock the teeth off quite as easily. Okay, is that 90? That's not 90. That's 90. Okay, shimmy down. Shimmy down. Thank you. Done. Alright. Now I probably should be sewing it from the zipper side, but we're being rebels tonight and not sewing it from the zipper side as this like pops out. Get that presser foot down. Go. Go, Katie, go. Okay. And then zipper or needle down. We are totally not on the basting length. Okay, whatever. Basted, although it 100% didn't hold it. Oh, great, lovely, fantastic. Okay, well, better to find that out now than later. Ugh, when it's already sewn in. So we're gonna fold this back up and in. Ugh. Then we're going to, right? No, it was this way. Right, okay, there we go. That looks better. At least looks like it matches. There we go. Okay, so zipper teeth to, I think the other one is better, or it's the right direction. There we go. Okay, press our foot down, please. Thank you. Catch it. Caught. Okay, good. Oh, the adventures of zipper installation are never ending. Okay, let's, come on, zipper pull. Zip up, thank you. Okay. Now we go around and around and around. Ooh, okay. It's just like, no, you took that clip off. I am totally done. You've sewn me for the last time. Okay, stiletto. Fold. And then we're going to tuck. Okay, so that's got to tuck in so that's still there. And then this just has to fold. And then this still needs to go underneath so that I can get stitched in the right spot. Okay, go, please. Thank you. Kind of. Good. We're good. I ran out of bobbin thread. I ran out of bobbin thread when I started. Bobbin 2 of black thread. Oh, it is, yeah. Okay, if anything else goes, I really want to go sit on the deck and like enjoy this transition into summer. So I think we will finish this bag. Yeah, we're gonna finish this bag. And I'm going to release myself from this. It's been a productive night. Finish this Heidi. And then I'm going to go enjoy our deck. 2 black bobbins. Also because I think our kids are in bed, so. Can go have a nice sugar-free hot chocolate on the deck. Because we're still kind of doing like, we're not dry, but we're not drinking a lot right now, so a nice hot chocolate because it's still chilly, but it looks glorious out. And I probably need to water my flowers before it gets dark too, because otherwise I will forget. Or I'll get out of here and I'll be like, Okay, but let's get this one done so that it's done and it stops laughing at me. Get your finger out of the way, Katie. That would hurt. Okay. Got it in. We got it done. Success. Okay. Now we flip over and we'll do the lining side of it. So many threads on this end because of the like false starts. Okay, there we go. Flipped down. Interior to exterior. And we're going to, apparently that's, oh my goodness. This didn't even get, it needs to be ripped out. Okay, we're going to start the iron, and I'm going to iron the things. We're going to step away from the sewing machine. Done. Just done. We will iron the things that need to be ironed, and that can be put under the sewing machine tomorrow, because good Lord, I'm apparently way too distracted about going outside. So we'll do some of the work that needs to be done at least. So the two Sheenas really need to be ironed. These are the other Heidis to get done. I'm going to text Sweet Dallas. Plug the iron in, and then I will move the phone over so that you can actually see what I'm doing. Oh my goodness gracious. It's just one of those nights. It's always right in the middle of production when it's like everything kind of, I think it's just impatience and like a little bit of just being done. I'm ready to move on to my next projects and it's not necessarily a good thing. Okay, those are light stitching. This needs to be sewn or ironed so that we can do the top stitching. And then we're going to iron all of the bits and bobs for the interiors of the NCWs. We're going to iron all the exteriors of the NCWs that are going to get finished. I did find backings for 2 of the blue NCWs, and so I think if I can find the card pockets that were finished, I had them earlier, we will we'll wrap up on those ones as well. Oh, of course. Okay, whatever. Oh, there they are. Yeah, there's everything there. Okay, so oh no, so there's the things, and apparently the card pockets are not there. Oh right, because these are supposed to go with the blue ones, and the blue ones are here. Okay, sweet. So they'll need to get ironed tomorrow because I'm not, like I said, I'm not touching the sewing machine again right now. Oh dear. Okay, that is hot. I need to move the phone. The face cam is mostly just going to be the side of my face for a few minutes here. But let's go to intermission. Hello. You get a nice big shot of my face for now. Okay. I'm unplugging the ring light, and we are unplugging the phone, because if the phone dies at this point, we're really SOL. So, whee! Around here you go. And then yeah, we'll just do the ironing, and then that's at least still something that needs to be done. That does not involve stitching something, because like ironing is not as high stakes as actually sewing. It's still kind of high stakes, but it's not the same kind of high stakes. I don't even know if that's positioned correctly or not, because it's not like I can see on the other side of it. Bloop, bloop, bloop. And at least I can come into this with a fresh head tomorrow, and everything should be better, hopefully. Okay, there we go. It looks like you can see most of the sewing table there. Let's see. Do, 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 do. kind of. What way do you need to go to see more of the sewing table? This way. Hello, you can see all of me, so I'm actually going to turn the webcam off then. I think that's it right there. Yeah, hi. All right, now I'm actually facing everyone. Sweet. There's a bunch of stuff down here hitting my knees, so I'm just going to move it out of the way. It's all the water for the iron for when I'm usually using it for other stuff. So these still do need an iron. The exteriors of the NCWs really need an iron. And the Sheenas. Okay, so the Sheena I'm going to set aside for a moment because they will require a little bit more, like they need to be rounded as I iron them. So we'll start with the card pocket right here. And yes, there's totally cat fluff on here, and he is a wool cat. So he actually came in and like scratched the freaking ironing mat. It's like, dude, that's not cool. Okay. Again, doesn't need to be perfect, haha, but it will help to still kind of iron it a little bit. I'm going to turn it up a little bit because I think this needs to be on the higher end of the wool silk spectrum, especially with all the interfacing in it. Apparently I need a non-slip mat under this wool, which makes sense because this is a very... Okay, there we go. There's like a lump there. He's actually picked enough that it's no longer flat. Excellent. That cat apparently didn't have the brain cell that day. Okay, and then everything that's on the sewing desk right now is stuff that needs to be sewn before I can like do any more stitching. So, like the other Heidis, because apparently the Heidis are gonna fight me. I'm like, it's so easy to put in this like snap, or the zipper compared to the Sheena because the dome. And then they laughed in my face. Because, you know, why wouldn't they? They deserve it. My hubris caught up to me. Now, as long as the Sheena actually, like, come out well, too, we'll see, I guess. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I'm glad I was limited in my options for what I actually decided to, like, pursue for this. Because I still have a very prime opportunity, because I still have 2 full work days before, and 2 partial work days before this event. So I have the ability to finish what's currently on the table still, I think. Look at them, like I'll come down to sew tomorrow and everything will just go sideways. If that is the case, then we will abandon ship and work on Kato, because the Kato will still be popular. And they will probably also laugh in our face, but not quite as bad. And, you know, we'll at least have some new products available for this show. And then those Kato would be done for, like, June if they don't sell at this show. So win-win, really. If I get these done, win. If I get some Kato done, win. If these continue to laugh in my face tomorrow, we will switch to Kato, because I'm done. The pleat should have been a warning sign. And sometimes you just fight with the sewing machine. It doesn't matter what the hell you do. And the machine just goes, heh heh heh. And you go and give it the middle finger. What was it this time? Did I run out of bobbin thread? If I ran out of bobbin thread, I'm really hooped because I don't have another bobbin wound. No, I didn't. Oh, right, the zipper. I'm like, what actually stopped me there that I'm like pissed off? The zipper slipped from the dome. That's right. So I have to seam rip it. Okay, so yeah, that's definitely a better morning activity. All right, so this is going to be absolutely spectacular when it's finished. So this, and it's actually looking better now that everything is ironed and nice and like chill. So that's what it's going to look like, more or less, once it's done. Nice. The flowers actually ended up centered really nicely. And then the interior is going to be this nice light pink. And then the stuff that's going to go in it is the gray. So you're mostly going to see the gray. Just as a heads up. There's those 2 done. And then we're going to do this gorgeous red one, which is turning out absolutely spectacular. I'm very glad I added it so last minute. I know it was super last minute, but whatever. All right. Right, Okla Roots suggests actually installing the snap now. So I think that's what I'll do next time, because honestly, ironing over the snap is not happening. I should honestly be standing up, because that will also help a little bit more with the wrinkles, is putting some weight into it. So let's put some muscle into it here to get these like pressed out a little bit better. Although having the, oh yeah, I need to stop pressing over that snap. It's getting angry. Having this little bit of a ironing station is definitely helpful. But yes, I need to grab some anti-slip. I even have anti-slip stuff upstairs, so I'll grab that when I go upstairs. There we go. All right, that looks better. The other thing is that even if it's not pressed perfectly, you're not going to end up seeing a lot of it. But I definitely wanted to get that main wrinkle out because it was looking a little bit careworn. Oh, but that turned out so perfect for where it got placed on the back or on the front there, and then on the back it's practically centered. So you can't get much better than that. Okay, one more NCW to iron out. This one I will make sure that we're just going to press it from the back because this is the floral mirror, and I have a feeling if I press from the front that embroidery is going to get really mad. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to press it from the back, because that is the area of main concern anyway. Okay, there we go. Then we're going to do area of main concern here, which is this and this and this, and just kind of pull it up. And then, oh no, it needs some TLC. Okay, so what do I have for a pressing cloth here? That isn't too heavy. I actually have a Kato here, and it's not going to get damaged by me pressing it onto this, I don't think. I hope. Haha. Okay. Just ease all this fabric, because it definitely looks crinkled from its turning. There we go. It doesn't, again, it's mostly just a nicety thing. And then we're going to press the seams in. Yeah, there we go. That looks better. Sweet. Fold it in. It's nice and warm. Give it another nice little like kind of finger press just to get, it's not going to get any lines in it, but it's going to help it kind of just show what it's going to look like when it's done. Spectacular. I am a little bit annoyed about this one because it ended up that a lot of the embroidery ended up on the side. But it's so if you purchase this wallet, just know it got hidden. And so like when you open it up on the side, you're going to see lots of this because it's going to end up being in two dividers right here. Like that kind of. So you'll still see it, but it won't be quite as visible as I was intending, which I'm like, oh, but it's just a nice hidden little secret. Same as the vases, apparently. All of Katie's best laid plans. The vases will be so pretty if I put them this way, and then they end up all getting hidden on the back. I should have thought of that, to be honest, but obviously I was just very enthusiastic about getting the product done. Oh well. Yeah, no, this feels like it's not a bad call to be like, it's bedtime anyway. Well, it's not quite bedtime, it's rest time. That's what tonight was supposed to be, and I did get quite a bit of work done. Even if it doesn't feel like it, just doesn't feel like it. It did happen. I'm just giving myself a pep talk. Monologuing pep talk. Okay. Oh boy. All right, so this is going to be the tough one. Where is my tailoring ham? I think what I need to do is I need to lay it over the tailoring ham and press it down along the ham to get the curve to set. But that is the wrong way for the curve. So technically it needs to go this way. Yeah, and then get it. Because ironing it flat isn't really going to work either. Because then you end up, well, maybe it would. Actually, that would work the best because then you can press everything away from the edges except for that. And that's kind of like, I'm only really top stitching in here. Okay, so we're going to go in with the cloth again. There we go. And then we're going to press everything, stand up, press everything away from that seam. Okay, and then just make sure we're not damaging the OB. No, we're good so far. Okay. And we're going to turn this corner and I'm going to close the zip a little bit. And we're still going to press it this direction. Yes, that looks a little bit wonky, but it's still going to open it up through here, which is what's important. Okay, and we're not putting any creases into here anyway. Yeah, that looks better already. Okay. And how's it doing on the back? It's actually responding very well on the back, so we're good there. Okay, and then so we're going to close the rest of the way. And what we're going to do is we'll actually open up both sides. Actually, no, we're going to open the zipper because I don't want that zipper tab getting, or zipper pull getting hot and damaging the bag either. Okay. I'm going to open it here, press it open. So finger press first and then iron press very gently. I know this doesn't look gently, but it is kind of gently. There we go. And while it's still hot, I'm going to press that crease out. Now we're going to also press into the seam. Okay, yeah, that is actually way better than it was even just 3 minutes ago, not even. When we first started to press it. Okay, so we're going to do the same on this side. So we're going to open it all the way. And then we're going to lay it flat and we're going to press the middle part here. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, I like this plan. If these give me any fight tomorrow, we just say F it and go on to the Kato bags. Although I do want to get I think the Obi Kato will actually come together really well. So we'll work on those if nothing else in the Kato or in the Obi department. But hopefully they don't give me this big a fight tomorrow. It's those zippers, people. Zippers. I shouldn't have laughed and said that they were easy on the exterior dome, because apparently they're not. Alright, yeah, we're looking good. There is a little bit of a warble right here. Yeah, see, it's like this. And I'm not 100% like, is that going to resolve when I actually sew it? It's not going to resolve when I sew it into the gusset. So I should go in maybe and, oh, there we go. Just need to press into the bag, I guess. Oh, I wonder if that's what I do to fix it then. No, that's just sewing. Okay, so an option is I could go in and undo the seam. And then just like, basically it's just because there's excess zipper in here. So I could pull the seam out a bit and do it. Okay, it's not bad, but it's not like, I would prefer it to be better, I guess. It still works fine, and once you get everything in here, it's also gonna, once you weigh it down, I'm pretty sure that zipper's gonna be fine, because even when you put it on here, it's fine. Okay, it's pressed and it's ready to go for the top stitching, but I am going to think on that one tonight, and just see what I want to do in the morning at this point. Probably we're going to just redo the one end of the zipper and like pull it out a little bit. This one is fine. It's got a little bit of warble in here, but it's not like crinkled like that one is. Okay. So we're just going to go in and iron this one and make it nice and happy and ready for its top stitching tomorrow. This will get white top stitching. It's not going to get black top stitching. It 100% needs top stitching. A lot of the time I don't end up top stitching the OB bags just because sometimes it doesn't look very good. But this one definitely, because it needs to also help hold this fabric back from the connector area. Okay, that actually pressed really well, really quickly. I'll take it. Something quick and easy. My God. The novelty, the actual novelty tonight. Okay. And yes, if you're gasping in horror at the fact that I'm kind of over my zipper, yeah, I'm being extremely careful that I don't stay on it very long. You typically don't want to iron your nylon zippers because they will end up melting a lot of the time. So, not a problem that I have when like there's basically when I'm ironing like the not the knot bags, but like the small box bags and the large box bags, because I'm not pressing on the zipper. And it wouldn't be much, well, I'm not pressing on that zipper. It would be more of an issue there because it's a cotton setting on the iron. This one's a little bit of a concern, but not as much because it's the wool silk. It's not as hot as like pressing cotton. Okay, I'm going in and just doing the interior as well because I don't feel like it probably got pressed very well because it's a fairly thick fabric on top and in between. And hey, it doesn't hurt to do here either. All right. So yeah, I think I'll end up sitting down and probably seam ripping. Yeah, because this one is not doing the same thing. Okay. Yeah, it's actually quite nice. Okay. So this one needs some TLC on this end. And actually probably, it needs TLC on the two ends. So I'm going to throw a clip in. It's going to have to be both sides. So let's flip it and throw a clip in where it's actually going to need to be. Kind of like, yeah, from about there. So about here. And here. And then we'll just open this up and we're going to we'll just open that up and pull the connector basically so that it straightens out. And then on this side, I see where we need to fix right there. It's a little bit of a yeah, it looks like it's just the one side that's angry. Not both sides that are angry, hopefully. Okay, so it's like right here, all the way up. You know what, we'll just pick out both sides. So right there and all the way up. Okay. Yeah, I can see why. I think the connector ended up. So I'm going to pick out both sides at the same time, reposition the connector, clip everything on both sides so that it behaves itself, hopefully. And then we'll go in and we'll re-sew it. Because, yeah, that is too much of a warble here. That would drive me nuts to say that this is good to go. As much as I don't want to, I'll do it. I think the one side's going to be fairly easy to pick out because it's only one seam line too. Yeah. Okay. That is a tomorrow Katie problem right now though, because that, like I said, my brain apparently is done for the night. We'll do the top stitching on the NCWs tomorrow as well. That will be a nice straightforward thing to do for these couple that are on top. The other ones will be white. And we'll get that Heidi. We'll get it all done. Unless it fights me tomorrow. If it fights and yells cuss words at me, then we'll have a discussion then. Or just move on to the Kato. Anyway, sorry that this is getting cut a little bit short. I thought it was going to be on quite a bit longer. But, yeah, the wallets and the bags and the OB are more time consuming. Mostly because it's like, here, I'm going to turn myself back to intermission. Because then you can see me. Hi. They're more time consuming just because it's like fussy cutting of them mostly, and then the prep work of them would be the same as if they're cotton and cotton linen, but just being able to cut a section off of the cotton and cotton linen means that they're just naturally faster. But I also charge more for the OB and kimono bags as well because of the time and effort And as I said, the whole buying process for them is different than the cotton linen. Like, obviously, I go for the cotton linen in Japan, but there have started to become more options. Like, if I wanted to purchase it online, I could, although they are restrictively expensive still compared to just going and purchasing it, which to me is still wild. But yeah, they are more time consuming simply because you have to go in and do a lot of this work. Now a cotton linen blend, Heidi or Sheena, would fight me just as hard as these. So it's not that, and it's not the fabric that's fighting me, it's just the bag construction. So I need a lot more practice, obviously, with curved zippers, but I do think I can go in and fix it tomorrow. But I will go in and fix it tomorrow because it's 9:15, and as much as I want to continue tonight, I think I have fought the best fight I can, and now we're done. And we'll do some more work tomorrow. I think we're at a good place that this will all still be able to get finished for Sunday, which is the main goal, is get it finished for Sunday. So, but I hope you guys all have a fantastic night. I will be on tomorrow morning, probably just pre-lunch. I will post a link onto Instagram again, or if you subscribe to me on YouTube, hit that bell icon. It will tell me, and it will tell you exactly when I come on live stream as well. And I'll chat with you all soon. Have a good night. Bye.